go. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. If your holiday is still going on, I hope you're enjoying it. Your holiday is over. Hope you enjoyed it. We are Grown A Geeks. This is Weigh In Wednesday. We appreciate you being here. What's going on, folks? How y'all doing?
Tired. Nothing about this holidays have been restful for me, but I hope it's been better for everyone else.
It's been an interesting holiday season. It's been an interesting year. As we come to a close, 2022 is ending, getting ready to head into 2023. Today's show will include myself. I am Sam. I am the head geek. Joining me, I've got Southdown Leatherworks with all his bearded glory. Jealous of that beard, man.
Maybe you'll get there one day.
I can't get the sides poofy. I can get it long, but I can't get the sides poofy. Got Jeffrey back on. My man been busy. He been doing things.
Yeah, what's up? How's it going?
Missed you, man. Had a couple of episodes I wanted you on, man. Wanted to get your feedback and hear what you had to say about some things.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm here now.
And that's good enough.
So
that is good enough. And joining us on camera.
Barely.
Just want to point out again, on camera, with all her lovely pinkness. Splenda MG. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. I look and I feel like I've been hit by a truck, but here I am on camera.
It was a Mack. You know what? And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let you catch this. Okay. It looks like it must have been a Mack truck.
Well, see, that's why I have the extra light and brightness, so you can't see the bag.
No, see, like Mac Cosmetics. See,
no.
I was trying to be cute. Give me that. Let me be cute. I was being cute. That was a good pun. I want credit for that one. All right, so tonight's show, I think, is very simple. Like, I feel like we just need to talk about what the hell happened in 2022. So much shit went down. Some of it was good. Some of it was great. Some of it was what the hell. And there was a lot of good content came out. Some really questionable content, and then some. Why did that content come out? And I think we do ourselves a disservice if we don't talk about it. Everybody's put together their year-end compilations. IGN had their best of 2022. I think we were going to touch on that last week. We didn't get to it. There was the Video Game Awards. There's, of course, coming up, we're going to have all the Oscars and all of the other awards and everything where they're going to talk about the best of. And a lot of people are going to get nominated for things, and some of it will be interesting, and I will be curious to see how that plays out. Lots of news, of course, all the shakeups and whatnot. We've got Marvel doing what Marvel does. They're getting into we're in phase 5 now for Marvel, and as we kind of sift through their phase 5 and we start getting into the outer edges of Marvel, not so much the main 616 or what is the MCU 99999 or whatever. Starting to branch out a little bit. DC limping along, but they haven't given up.
You see that thing today? That manifesto?
What was the latest manifesto? I might have seen it.
It's just some like losers put out this like real January 6th sounding like manifesto like about how they're gonna take over San Diego Comic-Con and it's for them, and think about how Ray Fisher and Gal Gadot and all the people who basically just got fired when when Homeboy took over, like they're doing it for them. It's gonna be it looks and it sounds like any screenshot you've ever seen from like Parlor, any of the January 6th commission stuff where they're like talking over Ray. Like it's all the same kind of like buzzwordy language about calling people to action without actually saying what you want them to do, just to like
Gotcha.
hold plausible deniability. And I'm just like, fam, it's been bad.
Let it go.
Like it's been bad. Like
it's okay.
you
Move
just gotta
on.
let it go.
It's
Like it's
you
like
know what?
it's like a relationship, right? Like sometimes you're in a relationship where it's like, you know, if I was like a little more mature or I had a little more money or whatever when we first met, then like it could be all good. But we've gone through too much together for me to be able to like salvage this. And so the best thing to do is learn from it and move on and try to be happy with somebody else. And I feel like that's what DC is trying to do, and the fans are just like,
it should really be a understood, it's not you, it's me.
Yeah.
Feeling at this
but
point.
They outside the window like Lloyd Dobler with the boombox, and it's like, my G, like
that ain't winning no hearts. That ain't romantic. That's stalkerish. Okay. That's trespassing. There's a lot wrong with that in the grand scheme of things. This romantic gesture that y'all are trying to have, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. I can honestly say, like, and we will have to have a one-off, and we can do like a little short episode. That is something I want to do more in as we're talking about the new year and the coming year. I want to do more like one shots. I want to do some 10-15 minute videos. You know, maybe me and Dave might get on and just give our thoughts about some shit. Me and Jeff will get on and talk about something. Me and Linda, that will never be a short show. Just know that.
If you get on to watch that, you better be ready for the long haul.
Like if me and Linda get on, buckle up because we're there. But I do want to get in some of these one shots and, you know, like share some information, talk about some things, and get some stuff out there, and just, you know, share some thoughts. I want to be more engaged.
You see the joke I just sent you, Sam?
I'm
putting in the chat there. There's your joke. There's your joke.
That's a good joke.
I've been working overtime this week trying to do jokes to make people smile.
That's a great joke.
I'm tired.
And you know, I just want to be more engaging, and you know, our viewership has been consistent. We've actually had a really good year on the lives, and I've enjoyed this so very much, and I appreciate everybody who's been on every live. We only, like, truth be told, we only missed like 2 or 3 weeks in the whole year. Very consistent for weigh-in Wednesdays, and that is fantastic. And I think if we can just, you know, I think we could probably even anchor some of our other upcoming shows can be the place fillers for some weigh-in Wednesdays. I think as I kind of have that like clearly carved in my schedule, a dedicated time slot, we could just do those shows live as well. Some of them I think need to be, you know, properly vetted, and we would need to sit and go over some stuff and clearly have it discussed and thought out and, you know, recorded a little better. But I am definitely appreciating everybody who's been with us this year, everybody who's participated, jumped in, hopped on the lives. We've had Brad on a couple of times. We've had a number of our regulars who come in and they join our live chat, and I love it. And it's been a lot of fun, and I want to do more. I want to hit more. I want to do some shorts. You know, I was just browsing YouTube. I had a really interesting day, and I'm not going to put all my business out there, but check on your peoples. Mental health is important. and make sure that you are available and be there. And if you have something going on in your life, reach out. Don't suffer in silence. Reach out because it's a lot of options out there. If you need assistance, if you need help of any sort, don't be afraid to ask. Um, but yeah, today I was kind of like I was at a weird place all day, man, and I was just like I had to just escape. So I was just on all over the internet. The worst place to possibly escape, but I was just all into it. I was looking at shorts, nothing but YouTube shorts all day. 1,001 Instagram post. I think I literally went from I literally cleared out everything on my Twitter feed. I didn't think that would be possible. I looked at everything on my Twitter feed, and in a sense, I did it as preparation because I was trying to like research and see like what was all the good stuff that happened in 2022, and movies and video games, and there was some good stuff. There was a lot of good that came out. Games released in 2022. All the movies that were released in 2022. I don't really need to get into the awards. I mean, the anime that came out this year. Well, I can't even say came out, but all the anime I watched this year, all the episodes that came out. Is there a specific category? I'll leave it open to the floor. Is there a specific category we would like to start? And I feel like we can just kind of cover the best, the worst, the good, the bad. It can all be covered together. But is there a category to start in?
I personally think we should, because we are a geek show, we should start with the comic book content, like movies, TV shows.
Okay, that's an easy one to do, because the comic book movies. So, like all the superhero movies in 2022. And honestly, I wouldn't even say just the comic book movies. I would say all of just the geek movies that came out. The Batman, Sonic, Morbius, Buzz Lightyear kind of falls in there. Black Adam, Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, Guardians of the Galaxy, Holiday Special, Super Pets, the Samaritan, Secret Headquarters with Owen Wilson. Believe it or not, Bruce Willis had one, Corrective Measures. I did not know that. Corrective Measures. Catwoman Hunted, Thor Love and Thunder, Werewolf by Night. If I missed any, feel free to leave a comment. Let me know which ones I might have missed. But those were our 2022 superhero movies. In your general comic book. So what?
The Owen Wilson. What?
Oh, it was like secret
headquarters. Secret headquarters. Owen Wilson. It was like he had this. I don't think I'm trying to remember. I believe it was like an alien suit. Think of like Guyver, but Owen Wilson is your hero.
I did not even know that existed.
Yeah, it was on. I caught it on Paramount Plus.
Same.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on Paramount Plus.
But it's not even really like an Owen Wilson movie. It's kind of like a kid movie.
Yeah,
or a teen movie. It's kind of like Spy Kids or
Sky High.
Like that.
Yeah. Remember Sky High?
Okay.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Corrective Measures. Corrective Measures was Bruce Willis.
I didn't see that.
Excuse me. I've been good all day. I ain't had no one. Check it out on Tubi. You know, we love Tubi around here because love to talk shit about the stuff Tubi be playing because I just I literally turn on my TV sometimes and since I don't have any kind of cable service, all I have is streaming services. I've got great internet, and so I got a chance. I come in, I turn on my TV, and I go to the live programming option that my TV has, and there's also Pluto TV and Tubi, and both of those will show random things. But yeah, Corrective Measures is in fact, it qualifies as a superhero movie. It stars Bruce Willis and Michael Rooker. Michael Rooker is Yondu, for those of you who may not know the name right off. But early in the year, we reported that Bruce Willis, oh, now I have to think back. He's suffering from some sort of degenerative cranial disease, and it kind of shows because Bruce Willis made it a point to make like a crap ton of movies in this last year. Like I would say in these last 2 years, like whenever he found out, he jumped in there and he was just like, he did not say no. He became yes man for every possible movie that anybody asked him to do. He was like, sure, I'll do it. I'll do it. And to his credit, it's like, I mean, my man went from probably like 100 entry, maybe like 100, 150 entries on his IMDb to easily over 200 because he was just taking every role. Linda, are you rating right now?
No, I'm talking to Jordan.
Okay. Hey, what up, Jordan?
He's going back upstairs now. He was asking me what brand of rum it was because we all took shots of it when I brought it home, and it's blueberry lemonade rum.
Blueberry lemonade. It's
really good. It's 21%, and we all took shots of it, and because Jordan's girlfriend's finally home, and I decided to mix a little drink with it too. I had some strawberry lemonade in here and some fruit punch with it.
There you go.
But it's good.
Sounds like a tasty drink. I'm having Uncle Nearest. I was told about it and had to check it out. 100 proof. I approve.
So it was either this or Appleton because I picked up both of those today.
But Corrective Measures, it's got a 60 on Rotten Tomatoes. Not the worst thing. It's basically inmates at a penitentiary. Problems happen and somebody has to sort it out. It's a Bruce Willis cash grab. I'm not going to say it's a bad movie, but I'm not going to be like, oh, I loved it. It's an interesting watch.
What are we talking about?
Where we were kind of breaking down the different comic book movies and superhero movies that were out, and Corrective Measures comes up on the list as a superhero movie that came out this year. It is currently available on Tubi. Has a 4.7 out of 10 on IMDb, a 60 on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, just, something to check. It's a little high to be on Why Did I Watch That? But Bruce Willis and Michael Rooker, I'll let it play in the background.
Honestly, I think considering some of the stuff I've read about, we all know about Bruce Willis retiring and everything and his health problems.
Right.
But they're not expecting him to be around for too much longer. So he can do whatever cash grabs he wants.
And I don't fault him for it. Like I said, he is definitely making it a point to put a lot of movies out there for us.
Which I'm definitely gonna have to check it out because Bruce Willis and Michael Rooker.
Right. And that alone was enough to have it on. But it wasn't like I had to sit down and watch it. Nothing caught my attention long enough to sit and say, ooh, let me see this. But on the good end, I was actually pleasantly surprised. Samaritan with Sylvester Stallone. That seems like that was probably a much, much better comic book. And the movie adaptation probably did not do it as much justice, because I could definitely see that being a very gritty Image Comics, Dark Horse Comics, some offshoot, a standalone, something akin to Millar World, and it wouldn't have needed to be live action. But if they were going to do it live action, I think this was probably about as good as it could have been done. It's very predictable. It is Stallone's weakest entry. Like, his entry in the Guardians of the Galaxy franchise was a stronger showing for a comic book movie than this entire movie where he's the main character. That's how I'll sum this up. But
I will agree with that.
But it did make for an interesting watch. It was something to look at, and it was a movie, and I watched it. And I don't hate myself for having watched it. I can't necessarily recommend it, but if you watch it, we could definitely talk about it. The one interesting thing, the kid, I guess supporting character, maybe he's the main character, I don't know, but the kid in it is the son from Umbrella Academy, number 3.
I was gonna say there's a lot of sons in Umbrella Academy.
All right, okay, so number 3, the vigilante guy with the knives and everything, it's his son. When he finds out that he has a son with Layla, that kid, he's in the movie, and he was pretty good. And Moises Aries, who was in Hannah Montana as the little kid who had the beat shop, he's in the movie, and he was just funny as hell in the movie to me. So I just felt like that needed to be mentioned. He was actually a beacon of laughter and hope.
But my biggest issue with that is I pegged the reveal about halfway through the movie.
I pegged that reveal. Spoiler. I pegged that reveal the first time it showed the two champions fighting. I called it right then. I knew exactly what it was and was not disappointed and was like, yep, I called it. But it still followed a very good, it still had a good underlying story. And that's what I will give credit for it. Like I said, I think it was probably better in print than it was in live action. But this was probably about as close as you could have adapted that. I don't think that, and that's not to say this, Sly did a bad job or any of the cast did a bad job. I just think this story doesn't really work live action. I don't know that anything, like, you needed to turn pages and move slow to enjoy this. And the fast pace of a cinematic feature where they have to wrap everything up at the, in a 2-hour time frame or hour and a half or whatever it is, it moved too quick and they skipped too much. So I think you probably wouldn't have been able to get that twist, that plot twist otherwise. If you were reading issues and it was like, say, a 10-issue arc, that would have been like issue 9 before you figured that out. And I think that would have been better for the story. But because it was a movie, you do kind of figure it out easily halfway through. But there's a couple of things I think, if you've watched certain movies and you're just familiar with certain movie tropes, you do catch it a little sooner.
Well, I just ate a chip and I'm like, okay.
Eat a chip and talk.
I think I'm gonna have to call it really early tonight. I gotta be up early and back at my parents tomorrow. So it's been early days all week.
Speaking of which, Mom the gamer, how is she faring?
She's doing a little better every day. Not as quick as we would like, but the trach is going to be a permanent thing. So It's something that she's going to have to live with. She was able to eat a little bit of broth today, which is the first food she's had since she went into the hospital on the 17th. So she's been in a feeding tube otherwise. So, but she got
were you able to get by on Christmas?
I was able to go on Christmas. I was able to go see her for a bit.
Wonderful.
Make sure Dad was okay and everything. And I went to go to David's mom's house, who loaded us up with Jamaican food.
Did he wear his hat?
He didn't.
Aww.
He forgot it. Because I had to stay with my I just spent Christmas Eve at my parents' house watching my dad, because he had just gotten home from, I just brought him home from the hospital for his own issue with his heart. He had to have another stent put in. So I told both my parents, I need to stop these shenanigans. I can't deal with this right now.
No, tell him quit playing. Come on now.
The dog's being crazy. But yeah, Mom was moved from the ICU on the 26th on Monday. So she's in not a normal room, but she's in like that in between.
Gotcha.
So because she does still need help with things, she still is not able to really eat or drink anything. That's why it was a big win today that she was able to get down a little bit of broth, which she said was very good. She forgot how good food can taste. So
it's not ICU, and we will count that as a win.
Yes. So
yep.
I'm going earlier than usual tomorrow, because we're going to be taking. I bought Einstein bagels for a bunch of the ICU nurses and the staff who's there. I'm going to be delivering there tomorrow, and we're continuing. Me and my brother, because we got to make sure my dad doesn't do anything, because he's still recovering from stuff himself. We're remodeling the entire bathroom that my mom is going to be using primarily in the house. So the whole thing was torn out yesterday. My brother was able to put in the new floor today, just the subfloor, and then get some mudding done on the walls, because he had to put up some new drywall as well. And then tomorrow we're buying a new sink and a new toilet. The tub is staying because it's fine. And we're going to be painting as well before we put everything in. So it's a lot of work.
I know. I understand the bathroom remodel. I talked about that a lot this year. So I understand everything you had going on with that. So.
I don't know if it's easier or harder with it being a very small bathroom. So especially considering the floor had been replaced a few times since my parents bought the house in '96, but the counter, like everything else that's in there for the most part, has been there since before we moved in. So the counters, the sink, the cabinets, the toilet, all of it. So, but it all needed to be replaced and torn out anyway. So it's more cleaning and all that kind of good stuff. I would add some to the top picks. Another reason why I'm going is my brain's fried. I can't think of anything. I was thinking I'd get on tonight and just add on to stuff, just piggyback onto things, but I'm very tired.
No, it sounds like there's been a lot, so I get it.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna head out. I'll see y'all next year.
Cheers.
Because of course I got to make that joke. And I'll keep y'all updated on how my parents are doing. So,
all right, I'll be in touch with you.
All right, y'all have fun.
All right. Never easy when you have to take care of parents, but that's the goal, is that you eventually get to a point where you can. But Linda we'll just keep her in our thoughts. And for those of you who do believe in something higher, talk with that person and put up some well wishes. I've known Linda for a very, very long time. I do know her parents. I know her father. I know her mother. And that one does touch a little close. That is probably why we don't have David tonight. So I've got the link out there. I've got the link in the chat. So if anybody wants to hop in, we've got open slots. But otherwise, we can continue to hop into the good, the bad. A couple of, let's see. So as far as like the action movies, I almost want to see like.
Can I say something about
Certainly.
the superhero thing? I think just an overarching point, right? This, I think, I thought this was just a very interesting year for IP, for Marvel and for DC, because I feel like Marvel was kind of in this like, fam, like, we just stuck the landing 10 out of 10 with like the first 4 phases, right? And they very much are going down this path where you're going to start seeing like more diverse faces on screen, and Marvel got backlash for that. We all are part of the geek community. We know that there's a subsection of geeks who take issue with others trying to amplify their voices and their stories within those spaces.
Well, actually,
yeah, actually, that guy. We're all familiar with that, and I thought I was very curious as to see what Marvel was going to do, and I have a lot of respect for them, even though they didn't like come outright and say like, we're focused on amplifying like diverse voices in movies that center like women's perspective and shows that have like much more of a woman's perspective on it. They just did it, and they just kept putting it out. And I think some of the things that some of the people who I talked to about Marvel in the past year is a whole new group of people than who I was talking to it about when we were building up to like the Infinity Saga. Because that Infinity Saga is kind of like, well, we all knew what was happening. We all know what's going on because, that storyline it's like an iconic storyline throughout comics, right? We were just all kind of curious, like, okay, how's it going to wrap up? Who's going to die? Who's going to come back? Et cetera, et cetera. With this new slate, they're picking more obscure characters. So I remember just having more conversations with like, Sam or like other geeks who were like more experienced in comics and just be like, yeah, I don't really know much about this character. I haven't read this character a lot. And now you guys are starting to experience Marvel in the way that I always bring up, Sam, where I'm like, the new canon for reality is the MCU in most people's eyes.
No,
like
absolutely.
If you're going to talk about Marvel, you're going to talk about Iron Man. If you're talking about some obscure comic, you're going to lose like 70% of people. When anybody's talking about Iron Man, they're going to be talking about that MCU 4-phase run that
most people don't even know that the character of Tony Stark is a very problematic character. They don't know about the drinking problems and things like that because they don't have any of that included with the MCU.
Yeah, the drinking thing was addressed very abruptly.
Very early on, they touched it, they boom, and done. And I will say, in the entire MCU, I've seen Tony Stark pour one drink. Now, he's had other drinks because we see a whole moment where he's drunk in the suit. But the only time you see him pour a drink is when he's talking to Loki in the first Avengers film.
Yeah.
And, credit to Marvel for being able to kind of segue it and play both sides.
Yeah. And I think just like I think Marvel at its core is a comic company, but now I feel like they've made their true like transition into like media company. And now like, the way that I think even how they think about their comics is just more about serving like the larger media. And so I'm very curious to see, how I think young people are responding to Marvel a lot more than maybe some of the older crowd for obvious reasons. But I think, I applaud Marvel for drawing the line in the sand. Now with DC, I will give them props as well. Not on any movies that they put out. But
you saw that look like what?
it takes a big man to say I was wrong, or it takes a big man to be able to say, you know what they doing over there, that's working. And just like in sports, you know, if you win the Super Bowl, they coming to get your offensive coordinator and your defensive coordinator. If you win the NBA championship, they coming to get your assistant coaches. You win in SWAC, they coming to get your head coach and bring them to Colorado. That's just how it works. You know what I mean? And but in media, you don't really see that publicly done a lot. You don't really see people admitting that they did it wrong. And now they didn't come out and just say we messed up. However, you hired the most visible of all of the Marvel creators who worked under Kevin Feige. You hired the one who literally did the most impossible job of all of them in bringing Guardians of the Galaxy and creating those as characters that people actually like care about and matter in that universe when nobody had really ever heard of them before. So it makes sense as long as your pride doesn't get in the way and stop you from trying to make that decision. Now they could have gone Russo brothers, they could have gone Ryan Coogler, but I think James Gunn was probably the right decision for them.
Well, okay. Let me make mental notes because I want to address those 2 points specifically. But continue.
No, that was it. I'll give them props saying this wasn't working, and they doing something that's working. And even if we don't have to come out and publicly acknowledge that we go in the Marvel route, clearly we can
sidestep it and read between.
The writing. We brought in somebody who's gonna fire everybody.
I mean, the writing's on the wall. We've already seen the shakeups. So yeah, like they came in, they did what needed to be done. Somebody finally put on their big boy pants and said, "Hey, no. This don't work. Let's do something different." You know what? That guy, he did something that worked. Let's do that. But the first thing that comes to mind is they were fortunate to scoop up Gunn to do Suicide Squad at the time that they got it. So during that little hiatus with Guardians, he comes in, he does Suicide Squad. He's like, you know what? We like what you did there. It works. It's good. Let's keep doing that. His movie
was the only one where you ain't hear about a whole bunch of problems. Like even in Justice League, it's like you ain't hear about on-set problems, but then he had the like annoying orange mouth because he couldn't shave his face during the reshoots. So it's like, bro, we can see this. This is in HD.
To that point, I do want to say that I recently rewatched Mission Impossible. I don't know that I would have sacrificed Justice League for Mission Impossible.
I'd have been like, man, you think I'm not about to be Superman to get my ass whooped by Tom Cruise?
Yeah. I think it's like if you had to delay shooting for like 2 weeks. I mean, you know what? I haven't shaved my mustache in some time. I don't know how long it'd take to grow a mustache, but I think it would have been easier to put on a prosthetic mustache than it would have been to remove one.
I was going to
call Army Hammer. They could have just called Army Hammer. He could have did the role. They wouldn't have had to reshoot nothing.
But then we wouldn't have got the epic loading the arms scene, and it would have been a totally different movie. It would have been a totally different movie. I will say, Mission Impossible. Arms to
do what? Get beat down?
No, he whooped ass in that scene. They didn't win that fight, but he was doing his thing because my man got put through a sink. As soon as he got up and stood up, but okay, now to the other point. So first off, I do think that having James Gunn come in at the time that they had him come in they were very fortunate to get that. And Suicide Squad, though it felt like the same Suicide Squad, but it felt different. and there was just enough difference in this Suicide Squad than the first one. And I have my issues even with this with James Gunn's Suicide Squad,
Same.
but they're not the same issues I had with the first Suicide Squad. And the first Suicide Squad fell by the wayside, and it felt like it was a DCU or DCEU issue in the first Suicide Squad. It felt like too many chiefs, not enough Indians, the executives coming in, people touching things that didn't need to touch nothing, directors not being able to make a movie.
It felt like a lot of Will Smith. It felt like a lot of like, this is how you make a blockbuster. And it's like,
yeah. No, actually, you know what?
We don't
You're
care
absolutely
about
right. Because let me tell you something. The only way that could have worked is Deadshot and Harley Quinn needed to have a spinoff movie by themselves, and we could have got Focus 2. That shit probably would have done well. But with the ensemble cast that you had and everything that you had, all the I's that had to be dotted and all the T's that had to be crossed, it just didn't work with that cast. And I can't even say that it was specifically the cast as the problem, but it didn't feel like it had a focus.
I've said numerous times that the issue is you introducing too many people. And I think that X-Men kind of has the same issue as Suicide Squad, but it's like, at least with X-Men, a lot of us do kind of have some sort of introduction into like what some of the teams look like.
A base
Suicide
level
Squad,
understanding.
I feel like even the average geek, your closest connection to Suicide Squad is the episode of Justice League Unlimited when they invade the Watchtower. That was like the first and really only time I've really like seen or heard about them prominently outside of like some of the animated movies. So
the harder core geeks, you do have like to really trace the Suicide Squad through visible media since comic book movies have become relevant. You have some Arrowverse stuff where you have Suicide Squad. Mm-hmm. You have, of course, the DCEU movies. And then you have a couple of Warner Brother animation movies for Suicide Squad. I would absolutely have to agree with you. You have the same issue. And again, you took someone who was able to take these obscure characters. Because let me just like on everything. I did not know Guardians of the Galaxy until the Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
Yeah.
I knew who Gamora was. Mm-hmm. I knew who Groot and Rocket were. Those were the only characters. I did not know Star-Lord at all. I did not know Drax at all. You know why? Because those characters were not part of the Infinity Saga in the comics.
Right.
I never picked up a Guardians of the Galaxy comic. I didn't follow that. I didn't know these people. This was nothing. I knew Nebula. I knew Gamora. I knew Rocket. And I knew Groot. That was it. And for James Gunn to be able to turn these characters into people that I care about, that I like, that I want to see. Hell, I watched the Christmas special because I wanted, like, I'm invested now with these characters. And shout out to Kevin Bacon for doing his thing. I hate he didn't dance. He sung. And I didn't know Kevin Bacon was a singer. If he'd have danced, I'd have been cool with it. But getting James Gunn to do Suicide Squad was the same thing. You take these characters that nobody knows, you introduce them in a way that's interesting, that's relevant, that's prominent, and now you bring these people to the forefront. Because I'm much more interested in Idris Elba's character than I am Will Smith's character.
And that's even after you've given us this like heartwarming daughter backstory. But it's like, big dog, we don't care about that
at all.
Like this is not like Pretty Woman, but for assassins, with like you're
Let, let
assassin
me
with
let me tell you what sold me on it one versus the other. I've seen 100 characters who have perfect aim. What I haven't seen is a character who has a very nonchalant attitude, but can take a piece off his chest, a piece off his arm, a piece off his leg, and take a pistol and turn it into a rifle.
right.
I ain't seen that. The closest thing I got to that was when Cable switched out his gun in Deadpool. And let me tell you something, that stuck with me. That stood out to me as like, that's some cool shit. I almost feel like James Gunn still has the interest of the community in like, let's do things that are cool. Let's do things that people want. And I don't know if it's just it's like, you know, for a good little while there, I was under the impression, and here's my admission. So everybody, like, start your recorders right now. So when we blow all the way up, we can't say that I didn't say this. I was very much under the impression that all directors at least read the source material. What I did not know, and what I found out later, and I think we talked about this on one of our episodes of therapy, so be sure to click that QR code there in the corner and check out our DC therapy, where we talk about all the good and the bad that the DCEU has gone through. Sometimes they read what is recommended reading. And the funny thing is, if you were going to take a character, take any character in any franchise, you take any Marvel character, you take any DC character, and if you're like, here's the top 5 essential stories. Well, if you try to make a movie based off those essential stories, you're not really getting the whole character. You're getting moments from that character, and you're trying to splice together something that's coherent. Sometimes you luck up and it works. Other times, it's just moments that viewers, especially the hardcore geeks, they'll recognize that moment. They'll see that spot and they'll fill in the gap themselves, and they'll create this narrative that doesn't truly exist on screen.
Mm-hmm.
And
All
you end
because
up with
you the moment that looks like the comic book cover or the comic book panel. Even like Black Adam, like when he sits on the throne at the end, and you can tell he's just like slowly sliding into like the classic Black Adam throne cover image that everybody knows. And it's just like, bruh, like, this isn't making me feel anything.
I'm not more attached to the character because you gave me
I
the
saw you
comic
do that.
splash.
Right.
But the thing is, oftentimes, like, you know, what and let me do this as an elder geek, I look for splash panels. I do. I absolutely do. I am 100%.
And you should.
Like, you can win me over if you give me the splash panel and you make it make sense. If you can
That's the key. Because like if you're reading a comic and it's just like you reading the story and then it's just like a splash panel out of nowhere, you're like, what is this?
No, let me tell you. Okay, so here's one of my favorite movies to hate on. So we get to have some fun right now.
Uh-oh.
Civil War. Captain America Civil War. That movie is the bane of my existence. Because I love that movie and I hate that movie. Because as most of our viewers know, I am a very big fan of Mark Millar. And Mark Millar wrote Marvel's Civil War. That is a fantastic story. So do yourself a favor and read that comic. Don't just watch the MCU movie. MCU movie is good, but do yourself a favor and read the actual comic. Find a graphic novel, get the omnibus, whatever you got to do, but read the actual comic. First off, way more heroes are involved. It is not the Sokovia Accords. It's something very similar. It's a superhero registration act. So I'm good with the Sokovia Accords being what they were because it was kind of the same thing. There's the Spider-Man reveal. There's Tony Stark on one side, Captain America on another. It is a fantastically written story. When I came to see Captain America Civil War, I was like, what is this bullshit? We got like 10 people on a tarmac scrapping it out. This ain't even an after school special right here. What is happening right now? But I watched and I was understandably moved by everyone's motivation. I understood where the lines were drawn, why this person was on this team and why that person was on that team. So the Russo brothers did a very good job of at least conveying the same feeling that came with the comic. So even though it didn't exactly mimic panel for panel the comic, it wasn't Zack Snyder's Watchmen where I can pick out 100 comic panels from that movie. You know what I'm saying? Like literally a comic book come to life. It wasn't that. But the feeling that I get when I read that comic, the sense of what was at stake, the understanding of where the line was drawn and who was on what side, that was very clear. And I give the Russo brothers credit for that. But I'm going to tell you what actually, truly, like, I hate to admit that this is the thing, but Iron Man and Captain America, toe to toe, face to face, repulsor blast to shield. That is a double splash panel image in the comic. It takes up both pages. And the fact that they had that in the movie in slow-mo the way they did, I was so drawn in to that movie. So as much as I hate that movie, I love that movie because it is exactly like the comic and nothing like the comic at the same time. And that is the secret formula that Marvel has figured out that DC has not.
Yeah. It's like James Gunn, I think, understands that, like, it doesn't have to be every single panel and everything doesn't have to be exactly the same. What's important is the integrity of the world that we built. Kevin Feige has protected the integrity of the MCU with every choice, good or bad. It all mattered. Even as much as we hated Thor 2, it came back. You know what I mean? Like, it's all mattered. It's all fit. And I think that DC, it depends on the path. Because I'm going to just be honest with you. Like, I think even if, like, people can blame whoever they want to blame. And, like, for me, I'm just like, Zack Snyder has enough bad movies for me to put some of this in his court, in my opinion. Like, I ain't saying everything he did was bad. I ain't saying it's all 1000% his fault. It's unfortunate that, like, his head is the one that's on the chopping block, but, like, you're the visionary, and it's like your move. It feels like when you watch Sucker Punch, it feels like when you watch other Zack Snyder movies, and so you're just like, it ain't me.
No, you're right. You're right.
Mm-hmm. I ain't making it up.
Now I will say, and I am 100% in the minority. We've talked about this before, but I get sucked into the visuals of Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of, like, story elements in the movie Sucker Punch that make that not as bad as everyone wants it to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sucker Punch gets a bad rap just because it has his name attached to it. And that's really a fucked up thing. If you're the director of a movie and you make a decent movie, but the movie becomes bad because your name's on it, that's a problem.
No. Let's not. Okay, we can't. Go ahead. No, you go ahead, David. You go ahead, David. I'll wait. I'll come.
I have watched a whole 15 minutes of that movie because I couldn't get into it. I hated it that much. And I was unaware of the fact that Snyder even did it.
You saw it in theaters, Sam?
Yes.
Same. And that's why you think it's good.
It is, and I
saw it in
I
know
admit,
what it is. It's and that's real because it's everything is like that. If you just
it is visually and the visuals, the audio, everything is there. And I've been honest with myself when I've watched it at home on my surround sound, and then I've watched it at home on my 2.1 system, and I've watched it on just like when it was just on a TV and the TV speakers. And I will admit, it is an entirely different movie. But there are little things along the way. Let me be clear. I am not trying to sit here and defend Sucker Punch like it is a great movie. Let me preemptively say that, okay? I'm not saying Sucker Punch is a great movie. What I am saying, my position is that Sucker Punch is not as bad as everyone wants it to be. And I think because Zack Snyder had so many missteps, they start looking for other reasons to detract from things. Because Oscar Isaac was like he was perfectly cast
but the issue,
in that movie.
The issue with Sucker Punch, though, is the same issue that the DC movies have, which is the story doesn't quite, like all the dots don't quite connect in the story. And so you walk away feeling exhilarated because you got taken on this wild visual ride. But then like when you're at dinner with everybody who you saw the movie with, it's like, what the hell was that movie about? So and that's the thing and so that's the only thing I want to say about Sucker Punch. I feel like
problem with
one of those things where if you saw it in theaters, right, you can see if you see it in theaters, then you can see what's good about it. And then even when it translates down to smaller screens, like, but if somebody watches Sucker Punch for the first time, like that's not something where you can just watch it like on your iPad for the first time and have like a good experience.
That is not the in-flight movie.
Yeah.
Watch that as an in-flight movie.
And I'm assuming a lot of people saw that movie on a plane.
Yeah.
Because that's the perfect kind of movie where when you scrolling through, you're like, I've been meaning to check this out. Sucker Punch, Jurassic World, The Man from U.N.C.L.E., Mission Impossible.
Oh, come on, man. Why you got to toss the Man from U.N.C.L.E. in there?
I mean, I feel like you got something against Henry Cavill. You done picked up 2 Cavill movies.
That's just the kind of movie where if you on a plane and you ain't checked it out, I can watch this. It's not gonna have me all emotional. If I'm really just passing the time. It's like Roadhouse.
If I fall asleep, it's okay.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, I can see that.
And you know what?
That's not to disrespect the Airplane movie because those movies are important. There's good airplane movies.
There are.
And it is what it is.
I mean, I think the biggest problem that Sucker Punch had as a whole, like, and we're not even talking about the controversial aspects of the movie, just the cinematic presentation of the movie. It is a big, flashy movie with no substance.
Exactly. It's fine, girl, and then you get her to go on a date with you, and it's like, oh, you don't have anything to talk about.
You ain't nothing but a pretty face.
Same with you. But sorry, I don't mean to make this so gendered. It's like the attractive person who has
no. I'm with you. There is nothing about you that is interesting outside of your looks. And that's fair. And I won't even try to pretend like, you know, Oscar Isaac could not save that with his acting skill. Cause nah, he did. We got way more from him out of Deus Ex Machina than we got out of Sucker Punch. And I'm not trying to pretend like Sucker Punch was just like this great cinematic showing of anybody's acting talent. No,
Right.
it was a visually stunning. What's the right phrase? It was pandering to a degree.
Yeah.
Um, and it filled a void that no one knew existed and only a small group of people actually have. It's not a void that really needs filling when you sit and just like really kind of watch the movie. That's not the
I mean,
void you're trying to fill.
this is the weird thing about Sucker Punch to me too. It comes across as this movie where it's like women are strong, they can do anything if they band together, you know, they'll make it through anything. But it's like in reality, all these women are like locked up, and this is all a figment of their imagination. How is that? I just
I didn't
it's
want
just
to get into the controversial aspects of the movie because that's a whole other topic.
But it's like
It's
that's
very
where you
problematic.
eventually. But it's like when you don't do a good job telling your story, that's eventually where people always end up with their movies.
That's what you have to come back to.
It's like
That's what you have to come back to.
it's like if you leave the thread, somebody gonna pull at it.
That is the red
Quit your
string theory.
threads.
If you leave a red string hanging, someone will pull, and eventually we will find. And the funny thing is, like with all of the watch this segue, with all of the different movies that have come out this year, it is not fair to judge these movies based on what certain directors or certain actors have done this year because they have examples of fantastic versions of themselves. And you know, I think about like when I think of like people who are in the MCU, and I think about people who are in the DCEU and some of the other projects that they've gotten into. I have to say that without a doubt, one of the contenders for movie of the year. I love this movie. I bought this movie. I rented it and then I turned around and I bought it. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, Michelle Yeoh. That movie is so great. And if you have not seen that movie, you are doing yourself a disservice. 1,000 years of longing.
Plane, but I felt like it wasn't the right venue. So I haven't
You know
watched
what? I need you, even if you just sit comfortably in your home and you watch that movie automatically takes comparisons to Multiverse of Madness. That movie automatically takes comparisons to Into the Spider-Verse. A movie that tackles, remember Jet Li's movie, The One?
Yep.
Where there was Jet Li going through the multiverse, killing other versions of himself to make his character more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a basic concept like that, you sprinkle in a little MCU magic, and you take a top, because please give her flowers. Now, Michelle Yeoh is that chick. She has always been that chick. She a Bond girl. She an action hero. She a martial arts legend.
Yeah.
She done did that thing.
Yeah, she's...
You take a movie like that, I'm telling you, man, like, go back and if you need to, I own the movie now. So if you need to, I give you like my Amazon login or something. And if you haven't seen,
it's on something right now. I just haven't, because I want to actually sit down and watch it. So I ain't want to just like throw it on in the background while I was working either.
Okay, everything, everywhere, all at once. Let me look it up real quick. You can find that bad boy on Paramount Plus, on Showtime, on Hulu, on Fubo TV, Sling TV, the Roku channel, Amazon Prime, Redbox, Vudu, Apple TV. Well, Redbox and Vudu, you got to pay for it. And you can get on Google Play Movies for like $12. Showtime anytime with the subscription, and you can rent it on YouTube. That movie, I would probably put that up there as a contender for movie of the year for me. That movie was so good. And I put that over some of the other movies that came out. I put that over I mean, it easily stepped over Black Adam. Like, I ain't even need to do that.
Yeah, Black Adam. Y'all like Black Adam way more than I liked it when I watched it. But I mean, it was also kind of funny to me.
Let me say this. I was not disappointed by Black Adam the way I thought I was going to be disappointed. And that alone added 2 points to the score. I still stand by my score for Black Adam. I give it 7.5. I would even edge up to an 8 on a good day. That movie gets ripped on, but it only gets ripped on because we have been spoiled to a certain degree by what we expect out of a superhero movie. Once upon a time, a superhero movie was like, this dude was a guy from the comics, and now there's a movie. Nothing in the movie made sense as to the comic character. There was nothing that was comic book accurate. There was nothing that made sense. We just accepted it because it was there. Then the MCU came along and they changed all that. And they said, you know what? We're going to take this comic book character and we're going to flesh him out and we're going to tell his story. And we're going to like give you his backstory. And we're going to present him and we're going to grow this character. We're going to build this character. We're going to give you this guy in like 7 movies so that you really understand who this person is. And then we're going to put out a movie out that just like really explains his life. And then we have movies like Black Adam, where it's like, here's what it is. This is what happened. Here's the story. And we act like we didn't have that at the beginning. The phase 1 of MCU was absolutely the exact same thing as Black Adam. The problem is we're in phase 5. Hear me out. We're in phase 5 of the MCU. Our expectations are different. We've grown with characters. We know these characters inside and out. You cannot sit here and tell me that in Iron Man 1 that they fleshed that character out just so well.
Okay. I'm not saying that they did, but that was the first brick they laid down, right?
Bingo.
Now, and even in the MCU, there were times where it was like, all right, we know these people possibly exist in the same world because we seeing Nick Fury as this connective thread, right?
Okay.
And then like even when you take something like Guardians, Thanos connects it, but it's like ain't nobody over there even met Thanos yet except for Loki. But we just know, like as omniscient viewers, we know that this is all connected, right?
Okay, I'm with you.
So that's the thing that makes us say, okay, all this is connected. It's not just because we expect it from a comic book movie. Because when people watch Shazam,
right,
Superman doesn't show up till what, the very, 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 very end of that movie. The whole time you're watching it, you're not thinking, where's Superman? Where's Batman? Where's this? Where's that? Even though the boy is talking about it, because you don't know if they're just talking about it in the sense of comic books or if they're talking about it in the sense of these people actually exist in this world, right?
Right.
When I show up for Black Adam, I'm like, okay, blank slate, like I give every single movie. Now, when you start showing me stuff that's connected, okay, we go through Black Adam's history and we see the story and blah blah blah. We see Sarah Shahi as beautiful as ever, doing whatever she do in the movie, yada yada. Right?
Right.
Cool. Once you show me Viola Davis as Amanda Waller, blank slate is out the window. This fits into a world that you have established. This fits into a world that you have established that has Superman, Aquaman, Batman, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman, and Shazam.
That's fair.
And when Black Adam shows up, we get
Hawkman,
and on the end of on his last legs, Dr. Fate and Toobies. That's who we send for somebody who needs to literally be like sedated underground and at like some secret underwater facility. We didn't even get Aquaman to take him underwater. So what's like now I'm looking at what sense does this world make where after this team did their thing, now here comes Superman at the end of the movie, like, we need to talk. Yeah, okay, guess what? That conversation is never happening, buddy. You guys are both out of here. Whereas if The Rock would have just did a Shazam movie, not Shazam movie, he would have just did if he would have just did the Black Adam movie, not tried to connect it to all this stuff, not tried to make it some power play to get more control over DC, they could have just been like, that was an Elseworlds tale, and we're gonna bring him into the new one. But now you've connected it to all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like what's the show Walking Dead? Like when the zombie bites you, we got to chop that arm off, baby. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying? He's not gonna let any of this other stuff infect what he's doing now. Just like when Kevin Feige did MCU, everybody's on his head about X-Men, who he's gonna do this and blah blah. Spider-Man, bring this person. You know when he brought the Spider-Mans back? When he wanted to, when it made sense for him to bring them back. So it's not like we haven't seen this done before where IP is done improperly and people have to come in and say, all right, thank you for your service, but we're going to move in a different direction. And it has worked. And so I just feel like if I ignore all the world building stuff, it's a solid superhero movie. I did like the angle where they're just like, okay, well, we finally get our own hero, and here you guys come to like establish order, blah blah blah. I get that, but
that was one of my favorite parts of that movie.
Yeah, but it's like, is he powerful? Is he Superman level threat or not? Because if he is, like, why is Superman not there? You know, he heard it.
Yeah, okay. That is, you know what? Let me take a second.
If it was a lesser powered villain.
No, you are absolutely no.
I would be fine with Superman not showing up.
Okay, let's go ahead and just like put all the Superman fans to rest. If there is anybody on the planet of any comic universe that's going to go toe to toe with Superman, it's going to be either Shazam or Black Adam. Period. Let's just.
You read Kingdom Come.
This is coming from. Thank you. Right. Okay. This is coming from Superman himself. This is Superman approved. The only people that are going to like really truly give him a run for his money like that are going to be Shazam and Black Adam, because Shazam and Black Adam are two sides of the same coin. The fact that both of their powers are imbued by magic is what levels the playing field and gives them a shot. So, having said that, absolutely agree. Now, the Amanda Waller angle. Okay. Can't dispute that. Can't even make that argument, because not only did they bring Amanda Waller in, they like tied it in with Peacemaker by bringing Hargrave in and having her right there in the underwater prison thing, which is just a fancy version of the Raft. Like, okay, like y'all like really biting. Y'all not even pretending like y'all not going there. Okay, cool. You know what? We'll accept that because we understand. Then
Yeah,
you
it's
show
like,
me
why redo it? Why reinvent the wheel?
right, and then you
We're
show
gonna
me
make
this
God the
prison.
triangle.
Let me tell you the
Like,
first thing
everything
my
go
wife
wrong.
said. The first thing my wife said when she saw it, she was like, "Who are all those other people under there?" I was like, "Baby, don't worry about that. Like you focusing on the wrong thing."
Right.
I get that there's a lot of people in cages in this underwater prison. You're looking at the wrong thing. Just focus on what they're showing you right now, okay? That's
It's
all
like
you
they're
need to
never
worry
going to
about.
be seen again.
Because it ain't gonna matter. I didn't want to explain that part, but that's a thing. And it's like, oh my God, they have all these people down there. Who are all these people that are that powerful that they have to be put into this kind of location? That's crazy. We can't just like slap a meta collar on them. We can't just put a nullifier. You know what? Let me not get into all that. So as you said, you bring in Amanda Waller, automatically you connect the universes. So that means that we have this Amanda Waller, which means we have the same Amanda Waller that knows Batman, Wonder Woman, Superman. She knows the Justice League because when we got to the Suicide Squad, she talked about being able to bring in the big guns. When we get to the end of Peacemaker, which also included her, we saw the Justice League there. If the Justice League was willing to show up for that little ass threat, some damn aliens, we had Superman, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Batman all show up for that. And we got the second strongest person on the planet. And we ain't even called in the big guns for this. At the very least, you should have called in Shazam. At the very least.
And all of his family.
You cannot do a Black Adam movie as a solo story because it involves the wizard Shazam.
But okay.
And if you were going to, then what you should have set up was rather than have Superman show up at the end of this, you should have had Shazam show up at the end of this. Because Black Adam and Superman is a thing that happened on a whim. That was some extramarital type shit. The biggest challenge has always been Shazam and Black Adam. That's like taking the Joker and pitting them against Superman. Now we got Injustice. That's a whole other story.
Yeah.
That's some other shit. It's good, but that's not the story to be told.
It can't be the first introduction to the character. Like, that's my whole issue with how The Rock approached it. It's like The Rock essentially just chose a character who he looks like.
He was also looking at Zachary Levi and was like, he ain't no threat. So let me get somebody who at least hit
that's how Black Adam looks at Shazam.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the whole issue with how The Rock approached it was, okay, Black Adam is the character who you look the most like, so it makes sense for you to play him on screen. But you're trying to change like what his whole placement in his hierarchy is in this shit. And it's like, bruh, Black Adam is a villain. If you don't want to, just like you are a bad guy in Fast and the Furious when you first came, whether you want to admit it or not, you were the villain. Because
we was all rooting for
the bad guys in Fast and the Furious.
We was all rooting for Toretto.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And
damn that cop.
Yeah.
Nobody trust the pigs.
But like if you look at like and I think it was just one of those things where it was just like, I think this is actually a good thing because now we have proof. The Rock was, unbreakable. He was money in the bank. He guaranteed 600 mil on this, and it is not going to do that anywhere near that. And I think this is the reality that like,
are we close to 4? I think we're right around.
I think it was like 390.
Yeah, it's like we're right at 4.
And I think this is the wake-up call where people are talking about superhero fatigue, but it's not superhero fatigue. It's just when you look at Marvel, the world is so extensive now that like you don't have to watch all the shows. You don't technically have to watch all. Like you can now treat it like comic books. Read the ones you like, and then show up for the big events. Like with Black Adam, it's kind of like we don't have this So now it's like we not just printing money with just because we put a superhero out there, and they're gonna have to treat it with care and respect, like Marvel does. And the people who are outside of the creative realm who think like, oh, all we doing is just going in the vault and getting whatever. Because like when Guardians of the Galaxy made all that money, that was good and bad. Because it made all that money because it was a really, really good movie and people were going back to see it again. But people looked at it like, oh, Marvel can just pull anything out of their ass and people are going to go see it. And then executives start.
That was the feeling.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is,
that was the thought process.
Yeah.
Right. But the reality was they were putting out good shit.
They put more care into it than you can understand if you're just looking at the numbers. If you're not looking at, behind the scenes, if you're not thinking about the storyline, seeing all the care going into people who are making the stuff for consumer products. I mean, they're making things because they care about the IP and the product, and it shows because the fans are supporting it. And when you don't make things that are good and well made and you don't put the care into it, the fans are not going to support it because they can feel that. They can feel the cash grab. They can feel the money grab.
So we gonna put this to a tiebreaker. I am pro DC, but I am not anti Marvel. Jeffrey, I think it's safe to say that you are pro Marvel, but not anti DC.
Right.
So we're two peas in a pod here. That's why it works, because we both can respect the point of the other, but we both have what we prefer. David, did you see Black Adam?
Yes, I did.
Talk to me about Black Adam.
Now, hold on.
I just want your honest feeling.
My first thought is, I think it would have been much better having seen it on a big screen.
Okay. And you know what? And that is a very valid point, considering not Marvel, but considering Warner Brothers. They went in 2021, when Christmas 2021, when they released Wonder Woman 84, they had their entire 2022 Warner Brothers layout was scheduled same as theater. It was coming to HBO Max the same day it was releasing in theaters. So the fact that Black Adam was available so quickly, I'm just saying. But continue. Had you seen it in theaters?
Had I seen it in theaters, I probably would have thought it was a better movie, because I could see like the big cinematics would have been better, the sound would have been better. Because you gave it a 7.5. I only want to give it a 6.5. But you saw it in a theater. I saw it on a little 55-inch TV. Which, granted, that's not that little. But compared to a theater screen, it's little.
Yeah.
I always thought, personally, that Black Adam was a much more villainous character than he was portrayed in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, he was not a good guy. But he wasn't really a bad guy 100% either. But it's been a minute since I've read those comics. So, but I will say that my favorite part of it is like Amanda Waller and all them showed up to take over. And that whole town was like, we got our hero. We've been wanting to be saved for a while. And y'all ignored us. Now our hero's here and you want to shut him down? Go kick rocks. Like, we don't need you. Go away. See ya.
Right. I would definitely say the social commentary that was involved with that movie was off the charts, and I thought that was hilarious as hell, and then it was a catch-22, because you got Hawkman as the one that has to try to explain, and it's like, bro, read the room. Like, this is not the spot for you to be stepping up, and it kind of sucked that they let Hawkman be the one to do that. And it's just, it's one of those things. Like, I could get into the TV show Wednesday, because that was one of the things that got picked on, and they talked about that with Tim Burton, because it's like, why are all your main villains in the show? But there's a larger issue at play here. And the one thing that stood out to me with Black Adam was I saw the potential in that movie to build a new universe.
Right up until the point that they showed off Waller and Superman.
That was the whole thing. Like, it looks completely different than the rest
Bingo.
of the DCEU.
Yeah.
Like,
I was even willing to accept the posters in the background, all of the statues and things like that. Okay, these people exist. This stuff is here. It's a part of the world that they live in. But because this is this one little country off in the middle of nowhere kind of thing, it can, okay, it's remote. Maybe they don't know about it. But Waller has her ear to the ground. And the fact that they knew so much about Adam, I had a problem with that.
yeah, because if you know that much about Black Adam, that means as soon as this motherfucker show up, you already, like, you're the lady who puts bombs in people's heads. So if they take one step out of line, you can blow them up. And you didn't already have, and this is a world with Batman in it. You think
Waller
Batman
should have
doesn't
been
know
the
about
biggest.
Black Adam?
Waller should have been the biggest villain in this movie. I think in a Black Adam movie, it should have been like Suicide Squad light, and Waller should have been the one who came in, saw the situation with Black Adam, and was like, "We need to handle this real quick, real swift." And it could have been the same story of liberation, but it would have been Amanda Waller's team who was coming in. Like, she would have been the one in charge of that group as she was looking for.
It kind of was, wasn't it?
I mean, yes and no. Like the family, the descendant of the original king was the main guy, and he was trying to get the crown, and they had that whole little side story. If you eliminate
with Amanda Waller, because remember she called Hawkman and was like, "Who's the team?" And so I'm like, who's the team? You tell me.
So if you take, okay, so if we look at it from the standpoint that Amanda Waller says, okay, I have these criminals that I dispatch as I see fit, and these are the people that I want to put out when I want to put them out. But at the same time, separate from the Justice League, because those heroes are too powerful for me to control. I only have communication with one of them, Bruce Wayne. I can't get them to do my bidding as I see fit. So I have the Justice Society. These are the people that work within the parameters that I set forth. And again, this is comic book guy trying to make the shit make sense, right?
Yeah, you filling in the gaps, which is
filling in the gaps. So if I'm saying, okay, that's how Amanda Waller's in control, and that's how she has Hawkman. Well, the moment you show me Hawkman, automatically, I want a hot girl. Automatically, I need a story for hot girl. And when I'm watching this character on the screen and I hear like nth metal, the whole jet is made out of nth metal, so the shit is indestructible.
Where is she?
That tells me, oh, so we're going with nth metal and we have Hawkman. So that means we're going with the traditional story of Hawkman, which means he's reincarnated. Which means that if he's the reincarnation, then we're going to have a hot girl. And automatically, I'm already like sidetracked by looking for that. Then we have an older version of Dr. Fate. He's been Dr. Fate now. Of course, as you watch through the movie, you see he's been Dr. Fate for 100 years. So where's my Alan Scott Green Lantern? Where's my Alan Scott? You introduced the Cyclone and Atom Smasher. These are unknowns. Okay, they have potential, but these is not the potentials. Like, what you think because Ant-Man did well, Atom Smasher is going to do well? Nah, bro. Because Ant-Man gets small. He got big once. Well, twice. That's not his thing. His thing is getting small.
But he earned it. They earned it. And it's really one of those things where it's like I said, I think that this was the culmination of just the understanding that the superhero movie industry is not just some golden goose that you can just go to when you need $1 billion. You actually have to like work hard, and you have to respect the IP. You have to respect comic book fans, because this isn't. It's like, I like romantic comedies, but it's like people who are fans of romantic comedies go see romantic comedies based off of who's in it or based off of the premise. People who go to see comic book stuff, they remember, it's all tied to one IP. It's like if Billy Crystal put out a bad rom-com, they still going to see the next. Like, you would have to put out 5 bad rom-coms in a row. And
even then, we might give that 6th one the chance on direct to video, especially if they do it like same day. Hell yeah, I get that a shot.
So it's just
because I want another like orgasm in the restaurant scene. You have that one moment, and you sell that story, and that story does well, and I expect you to recapture that magic at some point. But the problem is DC never actually truly captured that magic to begin with.
Exactly. They
Marvel
saw what
has
other people
continued to capture that magic over and over and over. As much as I have a problem with Civil War, they continue to capture that magic throughout the entire film. And I have no choice but to admit that it has the same feeling, that it does exactly what I need it to do to honor that story and that battle and that conflict. And at the end of it, when it was all said and done, at the end of the day, they gave me my comic splash panel, and I felt the same way watching that movie as I did reading that comic. It was 10 people versus 1,000 people, and I felt the exact same way. And that's where Marvel succeeded. Whereas when I watched Black Adam, hell, when I watched Justice League, I felt more motivation for the characters to be combined, to join up and partner up to defeat the enemy when I watched Justice League episode 2, and they were getting together for the first time and deciding that maybe they should get together and form some kind of league.
Right.
Than I did watching even Zack Snyder's Justice League, the black and white version. However art house film meta expansion you want to make it, that symbiosis just wasn't truly there. And it was just a random collection of familiar faces and familiar themes presented to me on a big screen with a large score that made me excited, but it didn't truly have the essence of what made that team.
Yeah, I think my takeaway from it all is really just like I'm cautiously optimistic. Like, I know I bash DC a lot on our shows. Lot of that is just
you give fair criticism. I'll give you that. You give fair criticism.
Yeah, and
you talk shit, but it's fair.
Yeah, and I think too, it's one of those things too where I feel like, you know, a lot of times in the geek community, it's kind of like, yeah, like if I don't like this thing, if I'm criticizing this thing, then that means I don't like it and I don't want to see it succeed. But it's like I want to see it succeed. It's just not doing it. And then to get off comics, I'll just finalize and say again, we talked about Black Panther before, but that would probably be my movie of the year. It was a amazing emotional experience. I'm very grateful for, no matter like what the story or whatever it was, just the emotional experience, the ability to be able to even just like grieve Chadwick Boseman in that way and really feel like Marvel cared about him, the cast cared about him, the fans cared about him. You really, I feel like we all got to experience something together in our own way that we kind of didn't get because his passing was so sudden. You know, they obviously didn't tell anybody. So, you know, it kind of was one of those shockers along with, you know, Kobe and like all those others. So I think, you know, I just didn't want to finish talking about comic movies without giving Ryan Coogler, the cast of Black Panther, Marvel, their props for just how they were able to handle a a nearly impossible situation.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely, it definitely has to make the list of potential. Well, first of all, I think it shoots to the forefront of best comic book movie of the year. That's not a really a debate. I don't think there was anything else that came out in the comic community that stands up to that film as a whole. Additionally, it actually sits pretty high on my movies for 2022. I think you definitely pointed out the impossible task they had of being able to bring an entire community of film goers together the way that they did, to be able to respect Chadwick Boseman's legacy, to respect the character, and to still be able to move forward. I think that by itself, I think in that last part, to find a way to move forward that doesn't feel disrespectful
Mm-hmm.
is such an amazing accomplishment that I don't think Ryan Coogler really gets credit for. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Hollywood as an industry, films, movies, it's a business,
Yeah.
and people get recast all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Terrence Howard would tell you Marvel don't care, and they will put somebody who don't even look like your character. You know what I'm saying? Because let me tell you something. I like Terrence Howard as an actor, man. You know what I'm saying, man? Like Terrence Howard is I think he's a very interesting actor, and I enjoy his work. I love Don Cheadle. Like I love Don Cheadle. I
Yeah.
probably like Don Cheadle more than I like Terrence Howard, but that's neither here nor there. I
My
don't
thing,
know that he was a good roadie until I had him in the role a couple times. I
yeah.
really think Terrence Howard would have been a good roadie.
My only thing with Terrence Howard is just like he doesn't come across as the kind of person who would be like down for like the military stuff.
See, and I think that's why, like when you see Iron Man 1 and you see
Mhm.
him like and he's like, yeah, next time, baby. Like he's got on the uniform and he's on the phone with him. And he's like, do you have something I need to know about? You know what I'm saying? Like everything, just the character fit. And I really I bought into that character as
Yeah.
Rhodey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I would
And
have liked to see it too, but I ain't mad at what Don Cheadle doing.
I'm not mad at Don Cheadle at all because again, Don Cheadle brings an entirely different energy to that character, and I'm here for what Don Cheadle is bringing.
Yeah.
So the recasting aspect of it, it can go either way because all the backlash that Hemsworth is getting being recast as the Witcher, as Geralt of Riviera, like folks is like, oh, I'm just not gonna watch the next season. I'm like, why?
Right.
I enjoyed the hell out of this show. I want to see what he do with it.
And that's exactly what folks would have said. Some folks would have said if they would have recast T'Challa.
Yeah,
And I think that, you know, the biggest respect has to go to Ryan Coogler because he just said, I'm gonna make the movie that needs to be made, regardless of what people outside might be saying they want or want to see. And it's like people either are gonna like it or they're not. And I think a lot of times with so much, there has to be the balance of like the artist being able to still create the art that needs to be created without
yeah,
it always having to be the pressure of how is this gonna like make money, what are people gonna think of it. It's like I think too many young artists focus too much on what people are going to think about what they're doing and not just like creating the thing that they are feeling inspired to create and just accepting after the fact that like sometimes people may mess with it, sometimes people might not mess with it. Either way is okay, but like you can't let the audience dictate the art. The art has to dictate the conversation, And if the artist's voice isn't coming through strong enough, it's always going to feel diluted and watered down.
So to that point, what do you think Jared Leto has to say about comic book movies as a whole and what the artist creates and what's put out? Because we got the Morbius movie. Not only did it come out, it got re-released. We got the Morbius movie twice.
I didn't see it either time. And I'm not going to, because just like the trepidation I had with Black Adam, I'm not down with this introducing characters that are significantly tied to other characters and not introducing him through that. When you bring me Morbius and he goes through all that without Spider-Man being part of the catalyst of what's pushing him down that road as well, then this is not Morbius. You're slapping the Morbius name on it to get comic book fans to at least go support it and hope that by word of mouth they'll spread it. But you're not really making a Morbius movie if you don't include Spider-Man. Just like, in my opinion, you're not really making a Black Adam movie if you don't have Shazam. Because how do I understand these characters? Like, sometimes characters are too intertwined. Sometimes characters are too intertwined.
Okay.
It's like enough. You can introduce Batman without the Joker, but you can't introduce the Joker without Batman. And that's just the way that it goes.
Ooh. So let's talk about that, because I have nothing for Morbius, like, at all. I'd have nothing for Morbius. I just wanted to pick a different movie. So let's talk about the Batman.
Okay.
And where they I don't want to say where they failed, but because it's a standalone entry in what's considered the DCEU, as I called it, since this is a standalone entry, this is even separate from Joker. And you mentioned you could have Batman without Joker, but you can't have Joker without Batman. And yet, when Joker came out, it did numbers. You know what I'm saying? And people.
Oh, you go ahead.
People responded to Joker. Now that was 2019, so it was a couple years ago, and Joaquin Phoenix being Joaquin Phoenix. But the biggest issue that I had was, as I watched the Batman, and let me just go on record as saying I enjoyed the movie. I liked the movie. I can't see Robert Pattinson having to go up against Joaquin Phoenix. I don't see that taking place. So because these now exist in two entirely separate universes, in my head and even on screen for those who stayed, that's a different Joker.
Yeah.
So the Joker film is completely null and void to this Batman film. And here was a time where DC was like, well, we don't have to connect the dots.
Yeah. They were just trying anything. Here's what I can say. Here's what I'll say about Joker. Is that the Joker? You know what I mean? Or is he just some dude calling himself Joker, slapping paint on his face? Because
like any minute Mark Hamill's gonna come out of the woodworks and like cut this man to pieces.
I just when I'm one of those people where I'm just like, I don't really, I'm on record as not really jiving with the fascination with the Joker as a character, and just like every like white bro director in Hollywood being like, no, like I need to be able to tell my story, my take on the Joker, bro. Like, I don't understand the fascination. I think it's a little weird. I think it's a little bit creepy. The man is a sociopath. Like, I don't get I get liking the character and having an appreciation for it, but I don't sometimes get the like how you are with Superman.
Right.
I get that. I'm a Joan on you a little bit because, you know, big blue Boy Scout, whatever. But you know what? You're a sane and normal person. You can come in. When people start being like, want to know how I got these scars? No, I don't. I don't. Not interested.
Yeah, we start getting into a whole other category.
So I really feel like with Joker, that was one of those that made me feel like they just made a movie about a crazy dude who like ends up like who has like the clown thing going on, and they were like, oh, well, why don't we just make our own Joker origin story and we just slap Joker name on it?
So
but
like, what about
that
Terrifier
movie? What about that movie? What about that world says there's a Batman, let alone anything else? Or is this just some crazy fever dream where like there is no Batman and somebody becomes a Joker and everybody follows him? Like, so I don't even consider that movie as part of like any sort of comic canon until you show me somebody else from a comic book connected to Joaquin Phoenix.
So that's like Terrifier 2, but made by Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
But take a clown movie. And Terrifier 2 was a 2022 movie. That's actually like for some horror fans, that's up there as far as like the creepy clown movies.
Man, you know I don't watch that stuff.
I didn't either, but I hear a lot of good things about it. And
but
Chris
to go
Jericho
back to
was
the point about the Batman, I enjoyed that movie. I think some of the things that you pointed out before when we talked about it were valid. I think, you know, Joker already being behind bars. I'm just like, they could have just not done that, and we don't need to see Joker. Just show us Joker when you do the Robert Pattinson versus Timothy Chalamet as Joker movie. Like, I didn't need to see him sitting in a jail cell, like whispering in the Riddler's ear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's
him breaking out of Arkham would have sufficed.
But that's where I feel like DC has this hierarchy backward. So many people are obsessed with DC villains that they raise the importance of the villains, but it's like you can never raise the importance of the villains over your heroes, because that's what regular everyday people are going to connect to. Like, regular everyday people don't have nuanced opinions on Batman and Superman and their psychology. They're like, they're the good guys, they beat up the other guys. You put somebody in a movie theater who don't read comics, and you start showing them like, oh, am I sympathizing with the Joker? Am I on like this? It's weird. You know what I mean? So I think, you know, Zoe Kravitz, like I remember Linda saying this when we reviewed it, but Zoe Kravitz being a bit underwritten. I agree with that point. I thought that their relationship was like a little bit weird. I would have liked to just seen this first movie just focus on Batman and let Selena Kyle be an Easter egg, or she's doing her Catwoman thing, but they not like teamed up.
Yeah.
Because that to me also, like, that is the same thing as like Lois Lane knowing that Clark is Superman already in Man of Steel. It's like
too much, too fast.
You removed an entire element of their relationship that really helps understand why they are that way together. Like the Selena and Bruce that you see in the Batman, that's Selena and Bruce after they've been through stuff together and like ups and downs, and he had a baby by Talia al Ghul and all
after
this.
He done caught her a number of times and let her go a number of times, and she started to realize like there's something more because he ain't turned me in yet.
Yeah. And, you know, we got that like hot breath chemistry, but didn't understand where any of it came from because y'all just met. You was a drink girl at the club. So but the action.
How you get one lap dance and fall in love? Yeah. That's basically what it comes down to.
I'll say the action was good. The car chase scene, I think, is very, very underrated because they were blowing up a whole bunch of stuff. I'm sorry, you know, the Batmobile wasn't all fancy and stuff, but it made sense honestly, for the world that it lived in.
Hey, I remember the original Batmobile. It wasn't all that fancy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if we go back to like 66 Batman, that Batmobile was pretty plain and couldn't have handled that kind of car chase.
Hell
The
no.
first time when we saw 89 Batman's Batmobile, it probably could have stood up to some stuff, but only with the shields up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of a really weird thing for him to like get the shields hacked by the Penguin. And he'll get into that part. But that was a thing. And the fact that he had the little remote control, like coin op Batmobile thing was just weird as hell. But okay, Tim Burton doing Tim Burton.
Yeah.
We got the Rambler from Chris Nolan. Now that Batmobile can go through some stuff, but that was essentially a 4-wheel drive tank.
Yeah.
So that's a little different. So the fact that my man literally took a hot rod and strapped a jet rocket to that bitch.
Yeah.
That seems practical if you just trying to get into this superhero thing.
Yeah.
And that's what, like,
it's more practical than trying to be a vigilante with all these outside contractors building your bat cave and mailing you. Like Amazon, like, damn, I'm coming
how
up
many
with
times
every day.
I feel like I share that video every year when it comes up on my timeline. There's no way you're going to convince me that Alfred and Bruce Wayne built the Batcave, which means that one of them two is a mass murderer, because where them contractors at?
Yep.
They had to get pushed off the side of the Batcave to not tell that they just put in a 100-inch computer monitor in a cave under Wayne Manor, because they had to know where they would deliver it. It's a whole issue. I got a problem with it. It doesn't work out, and I can't make it make sense. No matter how I try, it just doesn't fit. But even with what Chris Nolan tried to do with that element of realism, I feel like the Batman had an even greater element of realism despite the fantasy elements. Because my man jumped off the building and had the little puff suit and, you know, he was gliding down. And when he hit that bridge, the way he hit that bridge, he was not supposed to get up. Like, period. That was a wrap. That was his day. Somebody should have, like a child should have woke him up the next morning and been like, hey, man, you okay? I would have, that would have been better than him getting up and limping off. No. The way he like flew in and hit that bridge, that was his day. But everything about the Batman, right down to like the adrenaline rush, the not being able to switch it off as quick with the anger and having to like really like bring himself back around. There was a lot of that movie that was good. The way he like came into a crime scene and had to like really look around and investigate and look at evidence and stuff. And he missed some things and he got fooled and he wasn't like the perfect Cape Crusader, because it is early in his career. And even as world's greatest detective, if you read Batman comics, Batman get his ass handed to him all the time. He is constantly getting tricked. Folks is like, Hugo Strange always making him look like a dumbass. The Riddler always got him running around in circles. He don't know how to predict nothing the Joker do. He is a man at the end of the day. And watching the Batman, I really felt like this was a dude who was trying his best. He was good at a lot of shit, but he was just trying his best.
Yeah, it's like people act like he's Sean from Psych. He not that good. He's just a dude who a little bit observant. He got a lot of money, so he don't have no day job. Like Wally, like Barry Allen got to solve the crime and do the science and fight the superhero. Clark Kent got to write an article. Bruce Wayne got to do nothing. So when people are like, how much prep time? It's like, yeah, he got all the prep time in the world. He rich.
That's why prep time is his superpower. Because when you got that kind of money, you have nothing but time. That is your secret weapon.
Yep.
And every time he doesn't have time to prepare, he'd have had his ass handed to him. Just saying. Yeah. I really enjoyed. Go ahead.
I will say I was not a huge fan of the Batman. I thought it was a good movie, and I thought he was a much better Batman than Ben Affleck.
Yeah, I liked his take on it a lot. I like that. Like, I feel like he really was the first one that dug into like that whole like the shadows thing. Like even in the train station, that first scene where he like walked out the shadow, it was a long time. I was like, am I supposed to see something? And then he just like, the way they used the shadow, and it felt, it felt emo and the soundtrack and all that. But it's like, I mean, that's what Batman would be listening to.
Yeah, the score really helped out a lot because it put you in the right mindset for what you needed to be feeling at that time. And
I think he focused a lot more on the fact that like you got to be a weird, messed up individual to decide to dress up like a bat and go fight people in a crime-ridden city every single night. And I think all these other movies did. I think Christian Bale's and Christopher Nolan's was the first ones to kind of really make that declarative statement that like, yo, Batman, you are obsessed with like doing this, but you have to put on this other thing. Like the billionaire playboy has to be your mask because you're actually like Batman. And I feel like this one was just like a realistic understanding of like, it was understood and you could see that. But it's like George Clooney at the galas and Val Kilmer and like they all look like they love being Bruce Wayne. And the reality is Batman hates being Bruce Wayne. He can't wait to get back in the bat suit and go like beat up some disenfranchised people in the inner city. So.
Go work on more therapy. No, I will say that and that's probably the best explanation there. I think that I have a knee-jerk reaction to saying that Robert Pattinson is a better Batman than Ben Affleck. Because Batman is Bruce Wayne and Bruce Wayne is Batman, I have to take both aspects of the character together. I will say that Robert Pattinson portrays a very good example of an early stages Batman. I almost feel like it's safe to say that Robert Pattinson's Batman could grow up to be Ben Affleck's Batman. And for that reason, I can't really say that I like one over the other. As I watch, he doesn't want to do the Bruce Wayne thing at all. He has the money, he has the time, he has the energy. He puts it all into being Batman. And when Alfred was like, hey, bro, you have to show up for this meeting. He's like, why? He's like, because you're the head of the company, dumbass. Like, be at the meeting. He's like, okay, fine. I'll be there. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, if it wasn't for Alfred, he would just have completely dropped off into that world. I think by the time he gets around to, because remember, in Justice League, all he kept saying is 20 years in Gotham, 20 years in Gotham, 20 years in Gotham. After 20 years of doing this shit, like he done figured out that balance between when he has to be Bruce Wayne and when he gets to be Batman.
And I think too, in this movie, I really like that. Like they basically sewed the movie up with, you can't just be Batman. Because now you got a lot of stuff that you got to like fix and take care of as Bruce Wayne. And I think, seeing Batman accept that duality that like he has to kind of stay tethered to the real world and the everyday things that are going on, because you can't just be like the Wayne Foundation. Like people do corrupt stuff with money all the time. Big dog, like where you from? You know what I mean? Like they gonna make it look like they're doing what they're supposed to do, but people taking kickbacks and people getting, paid under the table, and then you sitting up looking around like, well, I didn't know any of this was going on. Well, you should have. It's your company. Like, you got to pay attention.
And I think just go ahead.
See, to me, the Ben Affleck Batman was the same Batman we always get. whereas Pattinson was more of it was a different story to me.
Yeah, it was definitely a different story. And I think like anybody who's read Frank Miller's Batman Year One, um, you read that story and you see that Batman doesn't have a clue. He's really trying to figure it out. And when we get to the Batman, this is actually like based on the journals and everything that he was keeping. This is actually beyond that time frame. So he has some basic stuff figured out. He knows how to go about being Batman, but he just hasn't perfected Batman. So this is literally like a year 2 or a year 3 kind of Batman where he's working out the kinks. And I think that does add an element of, like, first off, I like that we didn't have to do the origin story, because at this point, if you go into the movie theaters to see a Batman story, why do we need an origin story? Shame on you for that. At the most, let it be a conversation in passing. I don't even need a full flashback. I need it to be like half a dream sequence and he wakes up remembering that, and let that just be the trauma that he lives with, kind of thing. Even that, if you show too much of that dream sequence, I'm going to feel some kind of way. We know pearls, a gun, parents dead, wake up. That's it. That's it. It needs to be like 10 seconds and he just comes back. So the fact that he is still like really learning to be this Batman, I think was really good. And when we look at, I think some of the other characters who did a really good job of fitting into their roles. I'm about to switch it up on you. We're moving to another movie here. When you have a character that has not been doing something very long, but starts to figure out and learns their way, I think one of the first movies that comes to mind is like Prey. That was another big movie this year. And being part of the Predator franchise, the main character, she was a gatherer, but she wanted to be a hunter. Her brother was a hunter and kept trying to tell her to just be a gatherer. We get the alien that comes down, and here she is. She's been practicing all this time to be this other thing. And we come to find out that all it takes is a little bit more time in that role. And that's kind of where your Bruce Wayne character is, where he's put a lot of time and effort into being this other thing, into being the Batman, and less time into being Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is the gatherer and Batman is the hunter. And so when you look at a movie like Prey, you can really appreciate how that transition can take place just by doing. And that's probably the biggest thing that I see. And that's why I say that Robert Pattinson's Batman could absolutely grow up to be the Ben Affleck Batman. 20 years in Gotham, he looks like the kind of person who has no problems beating the shit out of somebody, breaking arms and limbs, and you know what I'm saying, like really putting a hurt on somebody, so that by the time he gets to do, he's been doing this for 20 years, he is branding people now. He is like, he's kind of gone off that deep end to the point where even Superman is like, hey, this form of vigilante justice has to stop. You can't do this, because he's kind of flipped it. You know what I'm saying? He's lost his mind. He's gone over that edge. He may not be killing people, but hell, maybe one or two of these people would just rather prefer death. When you look at a movie like Prey, you know what I'm saying? She was wanting something more. She was wanting something greater. She put a lot of time, energy, and effort into this other life. And the gatherer was just her mask. So when she went out and she found herself in this position, she was ready. And she jumped right out there to be this hunter. And going up against a predator, because that's all they do. That's all the predators do. They drop on a planet, they hunt the strongest thing there, they take a trophy, and they leave. they not trying to take over no planets. They not trying to like claim this planet for themselves.
Yeah,
They're not trying to
basically Klingons.
like they're not trying to repopulate nothing. They just want to go show strength. Are we stronger than y'all? We are. All right, we out. Y'all not even worth our time. You know what I'm saying? And I think seeing a character like was it Amber Mid Thunder, like seeing her character from the movie is it's very reassuring for not just that genre of film, but for I mean, and of course it's got all the empowerment moments, and you know what I'm saying, like yay women power, and it was representation, and it had all of these check boxes that it marked off. But at the end of the day, it was just a damn good movie.
But I think, a lot of times, it is kind of like with the women's empowerment things and all that stuff. But the reality is, there has not been a lot of inclusion, but there have been a lot of movies. And so it's like, yeah, the reason why all these movies feel the same is because it's the same perspective on Predator, right? It's like Predator comes down, fights the biggest person. So who we got with big muscles that we can put in this movie?
Get to the chopper.
Yeah, they did the quasi-racist one where Predator landed in like the hood. We don't have to talk about that. But I mean, it is an interesting story of like what would a black community or another type of community or whatever, how would they react to Predator? Seeing an indigenous community, seeing a woman be the kind of catalyst for all of the action is a different take on Predator than what we've seen before, and is probably part of the freshness. You think about some of the other ones when they all like loaded up all the assassins to go to like another planet. That's a fresh perspective on it, but it's just like if you're not putting it's like if you're just willing to like think about it and look from a different perspective, you can keep an IP going forever. But if you just want to make the same movie over and over with different like muscle heads, then yeah, people are gonna get tired of the Predator because we know how it's kind of like MMA. When like MMA first started, it was like a dude who does karate versus somebody who kickboxes, and it was like a sumo wrestler versus like a Muay Thai fighter, because you really were just trying to like match, like see how different styles of fighting would compete against each other. And then everybody got into jiu-jitsu, and it's just like a bunch of dudes like rolling on the ground in their underwear, and it's like, well, yeah, you can win, but like it's not interesting for me to watch. And so for me, when I'm looking at a lot of these IP, I am looking for like, when are you going to shift perspective? How often are you telling the same story from one perspective versus like shifting in any way? It's like Harry Potter shifted from like the kid story to the adult story. I ain't watched none of them, but like that's how you keep that going. Marvel, I think shifting and constantly shifting from like superhero to outer space to magic to multiverse. Like they're constantly adding a new ripple where it's going to change how you see the world. So even though we're building on top of the foundation, like the foundation is underground and you can't see that. What we're building on now, what you're seeing is like what we're building on top of that. And then now what you're going to see is what we do when we go inside the house and start decorating and doing all this other stuff like that. So yeah, I just think like,
good breakdown. It's a good breakdown.
It's like people make it so much harder than it is. And I get it to a degree because like you're not going to just give some unknown like millions and millions of dollars to like hedge one of your most important IPs on. But it's like, how many times have you done that and it worked versus how many times have you given it to the tried and true and it's falling flat? So
yeah. I mean,
like
every once in a while,
gotta stop waiting until they're desperate to like get out of the creative's way.
Yeah, I was about to say, it seems like, and it's funny you mentioned they'll give the money to the big name with an expectation that they can bank on that name.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Where you take somebody, and I think Prey is a perfect example. You take somebody like a director, like a Dan Trachtenberg, who doesn't have this huge resume, but he's got a solid resume. The four things he's done were all good. He's been in he's done Black Mirror. He's done an episode of The Boys. Like, nothing he's done had negative reviews. And so for him to get this movie, while it's kind of like, whoa, what? At the same time, it's like 10 Cloverfield Lane. You had a couple of names in that, and that actually turned out to be a pretty decent damn movie. You know what I'm saying? He was in The Boys. Well, he was a director for an episode of The Boys. A lot of stakes riding on that show as a whole. And then he did The Lost Symbol, another TV show, another like surprisingly good. So boom, boom, boom. And then you come up with the movie Prey, and he delivers. You know what I'm saying? And it's because he does the same thing that you hired him to do. Rather than take one of these big names who now you know what? It's the same reason people watch college football versus NFL. The NFL people are already there. They got 5 and 6 year contracts they have to like live out to get their money. Whereas the college kids are trying to get that money. They still are willing to go out there and try to make a name for themselves. And they'll lay out for a football. They'll take a hit. They'll do those, they'll go that extra step. Whereas your NFL player is like, yeah, it was too far. I couldn't reach it. Because they got a contract to make sure that they can live out. And they're not willing to really put forth that effort. And I think sometimes you get some of these directors because, and it's not a 2022 movie. But since he did have a 2022 movie, Glass Onion, you take a Rian Johnson. See where I'm going with this? Couldn't help it. Look at this wall. You take someone like a Rian Johnson who says, okay, here's the status quo. Okay, that's cute. I like that. Look over there. And then he goes and he makes this entirely other movie. Because somebody stepped aside and let him make a movie. And you end up with like some mixed feelings about it. But at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is, he made the movie you hired him to make. And ultimately, if there wasn't like such shoehorned ideas presented in the movie that came before it, I think it would have done much better because it would have presented fresh ideas. It would have presented a new perspective. It would have done something different than the same old, same old. And that's what a lot of movies need. And that's what we got from the Batman. That's what we got from Prey. That's what we got from, hell, a lot of the movies that came out in 2022 that were good movies, for lack of a better phrase.
They were watchable.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Just like, because while you have a variety of, I think it was called 1,000 Years of Longing. How many times have we seen a movie where somebody makes a wish with a genie? We ain't never seen nobody like have feelings for the genie. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like taking something that is understood and doing something different. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing about geeks, and I think Star Wars was actually the perfect segue for that. A lot of geeks have a hard time admitting that they know the difference between what they want and what they expect. And if you just kind of watch any message board or any forums that are out there in most of your geek communities, you'll see a lot of times they're really like, oh, I want something different. Like I'm tired of the same old, same old. And then they get something completely fresh, completely new, completely different. And they're
And they
like, well,
complain about it.
right. And then they're like, well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that. And it's like, it's very difficult to do something new without honoring what came before. And that's a very fine line to try to navigate. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I think that's kind of the thing with like creative endeavors in general. Because now creativity and creative fields are not like there's a skill aspect and there's an artistic aspect, right? The artistic aspect is like your personal style, your personal taste, what motivates you, what inspires you, all that stuff. And that's great. That's what, every artist should have that inside of them, right? But then there's also like skills. Those are like technical things that you can like be good at and be bad at. Like knowing how to work a camera angles, writing scenes, drawing like anatomy and making sure characters are in proportion, things like that. Where and so a lot of times
Thinking about AI art right now when you said that.
right. So everybody is really looking into it like, okay, these people who do these creative things, they're just inspired by God and then they just do it and it comes out perfect. And it's just like, well, part of the reason why some of that old stuff was always so good is because there actually were arts programs, there were after school programs, there were programs and things where people could learn the skill while also developing the artistic sensibility. But now we have YouTube, and that's great. But there is a community aspect that comes with making art that's important as well. Like that's the importance of the critique. That's the importance of because if you don't have like any sort of critique or community, then who are you listening to when you get feedback? Nobody's just making stuff just in a vacuum and like throwing it out there and expecting people to like understand it. You're showing somebody a rough draft. You're talking through a sketch idea with somebody like, you doing it in a vacuum is not the way anybody's taught how to create really anything. But now because we don't value the skill aspect of it, it's taken out of schools. Most people have no experience. A lot of people don't do anything like in terms of being creative. They don't have any sort of like quote unquote formal training where it's like they learn how to do this thing in class. They learn how to draw a face or they learn how to sketch this and they understand that like when I'm looking at a house, it's a rectangle and triangles, and then like the only thing that makes it look fancy is like all the rendering. But I can look at something and break it down to like its most basic shapes. These are things that people really like learned how to do before technology. And once technology took away the need for everybody to do that, a lot of people also it took away the like interest in funding it for the people who use it for creativity as well. So that's why the same directors keep getting paid all the time because who are the up and coming who's giving the up and coming directors a chance? A24? That's it, right? Like I don't hear about nobody else like digging and trying to find new people. So it really just boils down
It used to be Miramax.
yeah. And I think it just really boils down to like we have to kind of shift how we think about art. But like you brought up the AI thing, it's like it's too late, man. Like they're going to try to find a way to make all this stuff with computers without having to pay people. And it is what it is at this point. Like Skynet won. Like y'all didn't heed the warning. Y'all saw Terminator and said, I can make that. It's like, no, that
wasn't the message to take away from that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I would absolutely agree. And I mean, I think sometimes, and this is something that I want to get into. Wink, nod, hint, hint. This is something I want to get into more next year as we move towards 2023. When you talk about casting, oftentimes we see you have your you have famous actors, right? And then you have your blockbuster actors, and then you have your superstars. You have your names of people who, just because they're in the movie, you're going to watch it. They sell the tickets. It doesn't matter if it's a good movie, bad movie. Doesn't matter. They're going to make XYZ dollar just because. And every once in a while, one or two of those actors comes out here, does something, and maybe they hurt their brand a little bit. Rock looking at you. But for the most part, it's safe to say that, like, if you tell me that Henry Cavill starring in this next big thing, this next movie, this next IP, I'm gonna check it out. I'm not gonna think about it. I'm gonna make it a point. I'm gonna go see that. You tell me Ezra Miller starring in something else,
I don't care.
You know what I'm saying? Like, really, what is it? If it ain't something that's already in my like personal top 5, it is not making my must-see list. But there are actors out there like that. And truth of the matter is, I mean, when I hear that Tom Cruise has a movie out, it's got my ears peaked. Because it's Tom Cruise. Not because I just love his body of work, not because I'm just a huge Tom Cruise fan, but because that man is paid a lot of money to make movies. And as such, there's a certain level of respect that has to go into the movies he makes. And I'm gonna like pay attention to a movie. Name 3 actors or actresses in the new Avatar. I can name 2.
Sam Rockwell, Zoe Saldana, and the white lady. What's her name?
So it was Sam Worthington.
Yeah,
Rockwell.
That's what I said.
Yeah, right. See, that's my point. That's my point. I'm gonna help you out. Kate Winslet's in it.
Yeah, that's her.
Kate Winslet's in it. Zoe Saldana, as you mentioned, and Sam Worthington. Outside of that,
well, you knew which one I was gonna know.
I don't know anybody else that's in that movie, and yet they're set to make $1 billion in 12 days. James Cameron does it again. I've not heard anybody come back and just review this movie and be like, "Oh my God, stop what you're doing, go see the movie." But it's James Cameron. And we've been waiting on this movie. I haven't been waiting on this movie personally. I don't give 2 shits about it.
I didn't even see the first one.
I did see the first one. And I will say, when the first one came out, there was nothing else like it. Cool. After I saw it, I was like, oh, that was it? Okay. And here's a funny thing. I've seen that first one once. It was not on a TNT movies for guys who like movies. It wasn't on a TBS Saturday afternoon. I don't own the DVD. It was never a reason for me to watch that movie a second time. The closest shot they had was that it had Michelle Rodriguez in a tank top. After that,
right.
Yeah, there wasn't a need. And there's been so much other stuff. And the fact that that movie made it just in time for the 2022 cutoff, I got to give props that it's done as well as it's done. And it's an extremely popular movie. But I think it's popular just because it's popular.
I feel like the thing with Avatar 2 is just like, it was about all the stuff surrounding the movie. It's like the 3D is crazy. He built this whole world. He worked with people who are linguistics, and he built a whole new language for the Na'vi and this and that. And it's like, but what about the movie? Like, that's what I kept asking you when the first one came out. I was like, okay, he did all that stuff. He put all this work into it. That's cool. I put a lot of work into drawings that have been shitty drawings.
You know what?
I don't mean it just
You know
because
what?
it's bad.
The movie has a
work
great.
hard on it don't mean it's good.
The movie has a great personality, though.
Yeah, and that's cool. I'm not trying to grade it, I'm trying to watch it.
It has a great personality.
Really? That's where you had to go on that one?
I mean, you know, like it's a great. The movie
Okay,
has a
look,
great
Avatar, it's not you, it's me.
I'm trying to tell you, like, you know what? It is absolutely. I'm gonna just go out and say personally, no Avatar issue. I've dated a bunch of people like you. I already know what to expect when I date you. So if I date you and I'm not disappointed or impressed, and I'm not surprised by anything you do, then that's just what it's going to be. Because in fairness, you know what I'm saying? I enjoy going to the cinema. I like watching movies. And if I go to the theater and I watch Avatar and I'm entertained, I'm not going to come back and talk shit about the movie and say, oh, this movie sucked. Don't go see it. I'm going to be like, you know what? I went to the movie and had a great time. I enjoyed the movie. It was good on screen. It looked fantastic. I'll still say all the same positive things I normally would have said. I'm not going to like just trash it because it's Avatar. Exactly, Mark. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to trash it because it's Avatar. I'm going to give it a fair and honest feeling if I go and I enjoy it. Now, given that I haven't gone, and I will say I absolutely made it a point to not go during opening weekend. I will say that. I did not want him to get his billion. I did want it to dethrone other movies that I feel are superior. And unless I haven't heard anybody tell me that this particular movie is going to change cinematography for the future.
The first one didn't. They kept telling us it would. Ain't nobody made no movie like it since. So
the best that I got was when the first one came out, everybody kind of stopped doing 3D movies after that. And it was literally just that. That was the best looking 3D movie. And if you put out a 3D movie that's not going to look that good, you know, don't waste your time spending the extra money to make it 3D.
Right.
That's how I felt about the 3D aspect. I don't feel like they reinvented the way 3D is presented. I don't feel that they did anything truly different. Don't know if I need more movies. Right. I don't feel like I needed this one, but it's out. And it's a sequel to something else I saw. And there's a small OCD part of me that says I have to see this one because I saw the last one. You know what I'm saying? Like I couldn't tell you what the story is, what it's about, and I really don't care. But
And see,
it is a top film of 2022
because of what it was and who directed it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, if this was not a James Cameron project, no one would care at all. But I think he did it. I think he did a pretty good job of rounding up a little bit of buzz about his film by talking shit about the other movies, because now it's like, well, if you talked all this shit about these movies, well, let me see what you got to do. And then if I go see the movie and it sucks, I still bought a ticket.
Right.
That's like all the people who want to go and
you can't get me.
It's like all the people who want to criticize certain movies, and it's like, you know what? Say what you want to, but you sat there for 2 hours and you watched that shit.
Exactly.
So you sat through it. They still get credit for that viewing time. They still get credit for the hours you put on that streaming service. Because that's how a lot of these, that's how some, there were movies and shows that were specifically tracked just based on the screen time shown. 2022, Wednesday, the Addams Family spinoff, Wednesday. That was tracked just based on the total hours streamed. Not necessarily by how many people actually watched it, but by the total hours streamed.
Also, another example of updating IP, offering a different perspective by changing certain things. And something where when the initial photos came out, everybody was mad, and then the show came out and everybody loved it. So at some point, somebody has to recognize that fans don't know what they're talking about. Like, I think it's one of those things where it's like, because we all loved all this IP and comics and all this stuff before it was so heavily focused on in media, that a lot of our conversations in the past have all centered around who would you cast in this movie? What story would you love to see come to the big screen? And now that stuff is actually coming to the big screen, everybody's like turning up their nose because it's not done exactly the way that they wanted it to be done. I remember when the first X-Men movie came out, everybody was excited. I don't know if y'all have watched that movie lately. That final fight scene is the biggest snooze fest in the world compared to like what we have gotten now from like Marvel. Like the final fight scene in that X-Men movie isn't even good enough to be like the opening sequence in any of. It's not even good enough to be like an opening sequence in like She-Hulk. That's how slow and like outdated it is. Yeah. But in the moment, we were just happy to have an X-Men movie that seemed somewhat semi-competent. We were not happy about the black leather suits. But you know, we got Halle Berry. That's what we all thought we wanted.
We got over that quick.
Exactly. And you know, X2, we got a dope Nightcrawler. We got a Wolverine that most people seem to like. I mean, everybody thought Cyclops was lame, which is what I feel about that character anyway. So I feel like a lot of it was working, and we understood it was being held back by the limits of the CGI of the time. But when it came out, everybody was excited. When it came out, everybody like was just like, we're very happy that somebody tried to bring this to the big screen. And now we as a fan base have gotten spoiled. And there's a lot of get off my lawn going on. And there's a lot of we were here first and a lot of go back to your reality show and all that other stuff like that. And it's just like, nah, man, like this is for everybody. Like this is what y'all wanted, but y'all didn't know it was going to be like this. Like y'all thought because y'all knew everything about comics, when comics became the thing, you're going to be the cool guy now. And it's like, no, you're just not a cool guy, period. It doesn't matter what the topic of conversation is. When people are just not going to mess with you because you're just not a cool dude. And that's okay. And just be okay. And just be okay with the circle of friends that you have. If they over there talking about Marvel and whatever, and they messing up all the story, let them do that. The only person I care about not messing up is Kevin Feige. As long as he got it, then we good.
You know, I think with most films, I mean, obviously, comic book films is a very easy one to target, for lack of a better phrase, because first of all, it is kind of a niche genre, and one of the things that came to mind is like, I remember when Thomas Jane as the Punisher was like a good movie, just because we had a live action Punisher, and then John Berthenol came along, and it was like, Thomas who? Don't even put those two movies in the same category, because one of those is a Punisher movie, and the other one is just like a movie with the word Punisher in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, not even to say like, oh, well, one was a movie, one was a series, and they had more time to flesh out. No.
Right.
What Thomas Jane did was star in a movie that just had a title, and it's literally some shit that was like based on.
Yeah, it's Joker.
Exactly. Exactly. It is not what you know it to be. It's not what you expect it to be. But because there was nothing else by which to compare it, because the only thing we had before that was Dolph Lundgren in the 80s. And what the hell was that fever dream of a movie? You know,
I mean, that was better than the Hasselhoff Nick Fury movie.
Oh boy. I didn't know if anybody else is gonna bring it up.
That was so much better. But I mean, it's like even with like not Armand Asante, there was another Punisher movie. It was randomly thrown out there. I think it was direct to video. It was like Punisher War Journal or something like that.
That was Thomas Jane, wasn't it?
that was actually better than Thomas Jane. That Punisher, that was Punisher. But it didn't have the big name. It didn't have the studio backing. It didn't have what a lot of them need to really get out there. And Marvel was, we didn't have the MCU. You know what I'm saying? Because even the first Blade, which look at it however you want to look at it. It's a Marvel character. It's a cinematic movie. And if they bring it back around, it has to fall in as canon. Ergo, Blade, first MCU movie. Even before Incredible Hulk. And that was the comic book movie that made them realize they could make good comic book movies. And then they messed around and they saw what Universal did with Hulk. And then they went out there and they made Iron Man. And banking off the success of Sony's Spider-Man, they were like, you know what? If we take time, we can do this. And that's where it kicked off. So all props to Wesley Snipes and Blade for doing what it did at the time that it did it. But it was like there used to be a time where, like, just because it was a comic book movie, we were grateful and we had to accept it. And now, like you've pointed out, we have gotten so spoiled that we don't even know how to enjoy the comic book offerings. We want to find everything to complain about with Miss Marvel, with She-Hulk, and with Captain Marvel, with there's a very
all
definite...
the ones that are not about white
Wait, I was about to say there's a definite trend of the ones that tend not to do as well. But even so, the same comic book fans who are hungry to have comic book content should at least be the ones supporting it. And I get not every character is going to look like me. Not every character is going to be a Bishop or an Icon or, a Calvin Ellis.
But we got to be in there somewhere.
But like, everybody...
I'm not trying to watch no superhero movies where the only people getting powers are white people. And then with these random accidents.
Yeah, it's the most random because we done had how many Daredevils? We got all these Daredevils. We don't have one Bishop.
No, we got a Bishop, but he ain't had no Jerry curl, so I don't count it.
You talking about the one that got hurt by the energy blast?
The one that got hurt by the thing that he should not have got hurt by.
Right. So, like I said, we ain't got a Bishop yet.
The second time we seen it happen to a black character in the X-Men universe,
because Darwin went out the same way. So,
but which that one pissed me off.
That pissed a lot of people off.
I will never forget. My homeboy from college was in town visiting me in LA, and we went to see that movie. And he was like, "Look, kill the black guy first." And this is like a theater like full of white people
in LA.
And I'm like, well, they did.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I do remember somebody actually saying out loud in the theater. It was one of those moments where it was like there was a little bit of laughter and there was a little bit of like understanding because there was obviously some people who did not know. And somebody literally yelled out like, his whole power is of being able to adapt. That's why it's named Darwin. He can't die. Literally explained it right there. And you could hear people like processing it like, oh, wait, what? Darwin?
Right.
Wait, so he...
Wait, oh, so this is they're full of shit? Like, yeah.
So this is not how that's not how that goes. Okay, so wait, who's this character? I mean, it was just like everybody immediately had to like, I'm sure there was probably, I don't even remember if the theater lit up while everybody like suddenly tried to Google Darwin. You know what I'm saying? But it would be one of those things like if you bring Morph in all of a sudden, everybody's like, who is Morph? You know what I'm saying? big character if you watch the cartoon, but not a big character if you've read the comics or anything. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like you have a fan base, and that fan base is there, and they exist, and they consume all of this content, and it's so much different content. And that's one of the things that, like, that's why it's important to have a Kevin Feige, no matter what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, because it's like they're getting ready to come out with a new Indiana Jones movie, and I need somebody somewhere to like have really studied all the previous Indiana Jones movies to keep all the continuity right, to not do things that don't fit for the time, to not do stuff that just isn't going to make sense. Because when I go see this new Indiana Jones movie, I'm going to go in there very excited and very like, 10-year-old me coming back. I don't even know what that was, but we go movie.
Yeah. my fire just quit unexpectedly.
No, that's fine. It's like he done left and came back in the same chat. Cool. I do that sometimes, like from my phone, so I can walk off from the computer. But it's like you need somebody somewhere who appreciates what came before to bring in something new. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that carries over into like, even with like video games, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's always the beauty and the benefit of doing something new and different. You take, I think one of the best games this year, I think it won like Indie Game of the Year, Stray. You play as a cat in Stray. And what's really funny is like, spoiler, you don't play the whole game as a cat. Even though they like present it that way in the commercial and everything and really make it seem like that's all you do. There's Dave, I think you would like it because it's very cyberpunk-esque as a whole. But yeah, it's an indie game. You play as a cat, and because you play as a cat, you can do a lot of cat things. I mean, you can like go up to people and purr. You can scratch up the carpet. You can walk up. You can sit on the counter and knock over glasses because that's what a cat does. You can look at the box, and if I fits, I sits. You know what I'm saying? All cat things are available. And there's an interesting story that fits with that. So, available on Steam. I think it's also on PlayStation. I don't think it's on Xbox, but you can get it on Steam. You get it on PlayStation. And that was one of those games that's just like, it's new and it's different and it does something that no one else has done. And then you have God of War, where somebody absolutely had to go and read all of the Norse mythology and get the story angles correct and make sure that this story element matches up with that story element. And that if we're going to show this character here, that there has to be a payoff for that character here. And how was Thor depicted at this time? And you know what I'm saying? Like, let's show the best version. Well, let's dive into Mjolnir because we don't want it to be like the MCU, but we want to stay true to the character of Thor. And I mean, a lot of different things. So it's definitely a big thing to do something new, but always be mindful and respect what came before. That's not to say that you have to copy that formula. It's not to say that you have to do exactly what was done, because Lord knows I really need them to like improve and continue improving what they've done with comic book movies. Because you go back and you watch like that old Captain America, that old Bill Bixby Incredible Hulk. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Like, move with the times, advance with the technology as it's available. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see them come back and do something like a Dragon Ball correctly.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, just because I think the biggest thing would be there again, it comes back to you need a Kevin Feige to be on Dragon Ball. You need somebody who's watched all of Dragon Ball, who's watched Dragon Ball Z, who watched GT, who watched Super, who knows these characters in and out, who is a fan of it, and is not going to just let anything be put out there because they got a check from the studio to make it. You need somebody who actually gives a damn. You know what I'm saying? And interestingly enough, I think to that point, we can bring it back around because that's just what we're going to do. I think that's a very interesting thing with Henry Cavill, who actually was that person on The Witcher. He was the one, from all reports, who was like, "This is not what happened in the book. This is not what happened in the book. This is not what happened in the game." And for those people who are up on it, this is one of those times where Linda needs to be on because she's read all the books. I haven't read all the books. I've played the games, but I haven't read all the books. And I do know that the story that's being told in the series, they have a couple of flashback moments that touch on some stuff from the books, but most of what they do takes place from game 2 and 3. They're not even touching into game 1. They're like the end of the series. That's game 2, game 3. And so we're kind of at the end of the Witcher story. And so when we get into the next season is going to need to be something new, something different. But if you just start taking too many liberties with this character that's already been well established and well documented, that's where you stray from the path, and that's where you get away from that Feige vision. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's going to be my new thing. I'm just going to call it Feige vision. You know what I'm saying? Because
and I think the difference, I think one of the big things is just that, like, Kevin Feige is not trying to tell his personal story. Kevin Feige is he's created a cinematic universe, and when you create things, they have a life of their own. They have a way that they move through. It's like a child. You can have a kid, it can look like you can train them up to do whatever, but like that kid is ultimately going to make its own decisions, have its own life, and all you can do is do the best you can while you are actually in control of it. And I think when he's run from movie to movie, realize he's not in control of it the way that a lot of people try to control it. He understands that, like, okay, we built this world that has all these rules. It's not about my personal feelings anymore. It's about what works. And I think a lot of times when people get these assignments to write like a Witcher, it's like it's a lot of them in it and not a lot of what's supposed to be told in order for this to work. How are you conveying the story to the viewer? Not your feelings about the story, but just the story. Allow me as a viewer to develop my own feelings about it. And that's one of those, I think, nuanced things that you definitely can understand from how Kevin Feige works versus like you hear all this IP where it's like, man, the story's already told. It should be a slam dunk and everybody's struggling. So apparently it's not that easy. And I think a lot of times the problem is these people, you get an ego. Somebody come in and be like, we want you to write Witcher. It's like, cool. Yeah, they tap me. They want my perspective. They want my vision. But it's like, yes, they do. They really just want you to like make something that works. And they're trusting you to be the person to do that with that skill. And it's just about if you really respect the task at hand enough to be able to take yourself out of it and allow it to be what it is.
I think that's where we get into just general respect for the IP. And if anybody is so here's one of the funny things. If the kind of Superman fan that I am, if somebody says like, "Oh, so this character Superman, tell me about them," and I kind of tell them some things about the character, like, "Well, why do you like the character so much?" And we have that conversation. I'm like, "Well, you know what? I'd really be interested in reading more about this character. What are some of the stories I should read?" Every story that I'm going to give them to read are Elseworlds stories. Every story that I'm going to give them to read are one-offs. They're not a canonical story for that character. But I think it's a better understanding of why I like the character and why I can resonate with that character. Now, the problem is, as you try to get familiar with that character, if you can only base your knowledge of the character off, say, the 5 comics that I've given you, and we discussed this, we actually touched on this when we did our therapy on Superman, for example. If I tell you, oh, you want to know about Superman, you should read All-Star Superman, read Dark Knight Returns, read Birthright, read Kingdom Come, and I would say read the Superman Grounded series. Those are going to be my 5. Those are going to be the 5 stories I'm going to tell you to read. In fact, Jeff, I think those were the 5 stories I told you to read for Superman, because I think those are 5 of the best stories to give you every aspect of the character, the good, the bad, the ugly, the ins, the outs, everything. But none of those are canon. So when you get back to, now that you're a quote unquote a Superman fan, after having read those 5 stories, you go back and you watch Superman the Animated Adventures. When you go back and you watch Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, you're like, wait, what? That's not, well, no, that's, while it is, it's not. And it's, somebody needs to be there to help bridge that gap and help you understand the difference. And I think that's where Kevin Feige comes in, because as you said, it's not what he wants, it's what works for that character. Now, if you have this understanding of the character and this is the story you're trying to tell, you have to make those two things match up, because we could have easily picked apart Robert Downey Jr. as Tony Stark and said, well, here's the things that don't work, and that's why he can't be Tony Stark, even though there were all these things that did work. You know what I'm saying? Like, there would have been reason to feel that Mark Ruffalo wasn't a good Hulk, because we got a lot more Banner, but we needed additional brain power in the MCU. We needed someone to be able to challenge. We needed somebody else to be smart. And it was, like, if you look at how many movies it was before Shuri came along, and even then, Shuri's a kid versus this, genius billionaire philanthropist who's been doing this for some time. You have that separation. And now
I feel like Shuri could have given Tony a run for his money.
Oh, she absolutely could have put him in his place. But it would have been a situation where we're trying to, like, who can out arrogant the other. You know what I'm saying? And she's royalty, so she has like a certain level of arrogance that's different, and it's not the same kind of arrogance that Tony would have, so he would just laugh it off and wouldn't take it as serious. But I think a character like a Riri Williams comes along at a perfect time where we no longer have a Tony, and we get back to that down to earth reality, that everyday character who just happens to be that smart. And it takes someone who has a far-reaching vision to see the bigger picture. And I don't care what IP it is. It could be Marvel, DC, it could be Warner Brothers, it could be any other company that's out there, Universal, New Line, or whatever other major production companies. Because like I said, when I go to see this next Indiana Jones movie, the next Star Wars thing that comes out, and I think a perfect example is The Mandalorian, complete home run out the park. What happened with Boba Fett? Are they not both Mandalorians? Why was one show great and the other show a snooze fest? Like, who dropped the ball on that? And all of it doesn't fall on Kathleen Kennedy because she's not playing the same role that a Kevin Feige. She's just the person who's signing checks. She's not the person who's helming everything. And once they kind of moved around and let Dave Filoni kind of take the reins, shit started getting on track. And it started being what it needed to be.
It was her job to like put Dave Filoni in that role, and it was her. That was the reason why it went so long without him in that role as well. So, no, all the blame, I guess, doesn't go squarely at her feet, but she don't get to just like skate. Like she chose.
She don't get a pass. No. I'm not saying she gets a pass. What I am saying is that she is not that person.
Just like be mad at her for the right thing.
Right. I'd like understand where she messed up, but also give props for her making the right choice by letting him helm more things because he's the creator of so much of this good content. Let him take charge of that. And the way that they've kind of been able to crisscross these universes and make this stuff fit together and work together is another example of the Feige process by having one person with a clear vision. And so I look forward to seeing what James Gunn and his co-CEO Philip something. I'm trying to remember the name right now. It escapes me at the moment. But just seeing, and the thing is kind of funny that everybody knows James Gunn's name, but nobody can ever remember the other guy's name.
He probably good because if this don't work,
it's all on him. It's like, he's the one that did it. And and I think a lot of it does have to be with just like people signing off on it. But I think when you can get a singular vision and get everybody to kind of work together towards that goal, you absolutely can make some things happen. And I don't care what genre it is, what series it is, as we move forward, I want to continue seeing that single vision. And I'm all for having people experiment, having more unknown actors and actresses get out there and do their thing.
I mean, that's Marvel's whole thing. It was like Robert Downey Jr. was not a movie star, but he was troubled when they cast him. Tom Holland, unknown. Chris Evans, I mean, he already had been a superhero, but kind of was not really, he wasn't doing nothing nobody really respected. Chadwick Boseman, he played every Black history figure under the sun, but when they picked him for that, we had never really seen him in an action role like that before.
Right.
Scarlett Johansson, pretty much just known for being good looking up until that point. I mean, Mark Ruffalo was an indie dude who you need a neurotic character who's going through a divorce. That's who you call him. Like all these people who like the work, the respect that they put into the films and telling those stories is how those people became movie stars. It's how anybody's become a movie star. Nobody has ever become a movie star off of a movie that people didn't care about or respect in the process of making it. It's like those movies always come and go, and the people who were in them oftentimes come and go too. Now, they might go on to become movie stars later, but like that first movie where nobody put no work into it, like the movie where Denzel Washington like dies and has his heart put in Bob Hoskins. Oh no, Bob Hoskins' heart is put inside Denzel and he like haunts him as a ghost or something. It's like a movie that like Denzel never talks about. It didn't make him a star.
Nah.
You know what I mean?
And honestly, I'm searching the database for the name of that movie as we speak. I know the movie you're talking about, but I'm like, honestly, I don't think I can think of a movie before Mighty Quinn. Like Glory, but I mean that's Glory, so that's totally different. But Mighty Quinn is one of the first ones. Fallen, and that's kind of going back.
Right.
Yeah.
So
But oh, what was that movie? Yeah, that's crazy. You're absolutely right. Yeah, yeah. You know what? That would be interesting. I would be curious. Firestorm and Fantastic Four.
Yeah, most people don't know
No. The Human Torch.
Human Torch.
Yeah.
Firestorm is DC Legends of Tomorrow. Who was that? Russell, come on, man. I need you to do better. You know better than that. I got to call you out for that. You know better than that. I know you watch Legends. That's probably, you know what? I'm going to give you that. That's why you said Firestorm, because I know you up on your Arrowverse, and that was what came to mind. But he was Human Torch, Johnny Storm, Fantastic Four. But no, people remember that because he's one of those people that automatically goes in he's been in multiple.
What people don't be remembering him for is the whipped cream in the banana.
Right.
That's the one that
not another
that's
team.
The one kids be like, Captain America?
Right. Not another team. Was that not another
team? Standing at full attention.
Yeah, that was not another team movie. And I absolutely remember that. That was hilarious at the time. I think there was like a whole little run of like nothing but spoof movies. And
old girl from what you call it is in that. Supergirl. The sister.
Melissa Benoit?
No, her Supergirl's sister is like the main girl in Not Another Teen Movie.
Oh, wow. That what?
Wow.
I would have to. Man, that's such an old movie. That's like 2001. So that is. You're not talking about Jamie Presley, Lacey Chambers. Those are the first two people that come to mind. No, you're talking about Christy Lee. Christy Lee, yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I know. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I had to think. Yeah, Jamie Presley is the first one that comes to mind because I think about the Bring It On ripoff and the cheerleaders out there, and Jamie Presley. That she had my attention at the time. I'm not gonna lie.
I ain't gonna lie to you, brother.
Jamie Presley had my attention, and she had my attention that whole movie. She had my attention for a couple movies, and
it's like whatever machine they using to make her and Margot Robbie and the girl from Sex Education, where they just like copy and pasting whatever that face is.
That's the one that works.
Yeah, that's the one that works for everybody. Some of them might be like,
And you know what's funny? Like, so I'm gonna try to. Well, I mean, you know what? There's not a good way to really explain this. So not only does Jamie Presley, there's a actress. I'll just say that there's an actress by the name of Jessie Jane who reminds me a lot of Jamie Presley.
I can already tell by the alliteration in her name.
But she's another one that comes out of that same press, that same mold. And it was just the funniest thing. Like, for the longest time, I thought those two were the same, or I don't know a better way to explain it. But it's
sisters.
It's not even sisters, because I knew they weren't sisters. But because her sister is actually Tegan Presley.
Because when I don't know if y'all ever watched the show Sex Education on Netflix.
Yeah.
But the main girl on there, Maeve, I was like, how is Margot Robbie playing a high schooler? And then I like looked it up. I'm like, oh, they're literally they're not the same person.
Yeah, that's Emma McKay.
I ain't trying to learn none of their names.
It's just one of those things that just happens. But you know what? She's got that same. It's something specific with the eyes in the mouth that
They
make
got
them
that.
all look very similar. They have very pointed edges at their mouth, and they have very large eyes.
They look like they want to punch you.
That's a thing also. But yeah, like Jesse Jane and Jamie Presley were like the same person in my head for a long time. And then Margot Robbie came along, and it was like, oh, she's the new one that fits that bill. And it's yeah. And even if you I think the movie's called Bombshell. There's like 3 actresses all in the movie who look like the same person. And that's kind of, but the funny thing is like in the movie, that's actually kind of the point.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like, it just goes to show you even more how all of them are kind of stacked to be the way that they are for that specific reason. And that was that was 2019. I was like, was that this year? I watched it this year, so to me it counted. But no, that was not this year. There were a couple of, there was a lot of good stuff. Just in 2022, I enjoyed a lot of the content that came out this year. I think I caught just about every comic book movie and TV show. That was that. You know what? I still have not watched Andor.
I haven't finished.
Not watched what?
Andor. And I will say that I actually did get some reviews from some trusted Star Wars fans who have said that Andor is in fact. Now, they did put the stipulation on there because I've never pretended or made any. I like space wizards and laser swords. I don't pretend like that's not what I want. There is none of that from what I understand. Mate, I won't spoil it for anybody, but there's a couple of people that they look at. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't.
Not enough for you to really be like.
Right. It's definitely not what most, like what I think of when I think of Star Wars. This ain't it. This is only for the people who liked Rogue One and Solo. If that is your jam for Star Wars and that's what you focus on, then this is all you. And because that's not what I focus on, and that's, I enjoyed the hell out of Rogue One. Solo, I could do without. Only reason I can really give Solo the pass and I enjoyed, I needed more Lando in Solo. In fact, if the movie had just been Lando,
the movie should have been Lando.
Right. If the movie had just been Lando and Solo was a character in it, I think it would have done better. But I digress. Having said that, I have not watched Andor, and I have heard from reliable sources that it is the Star Wars show. Period. Like, this is what encapsulates.
It's not better than Mandalorian to me.
Ooh.
I don't have it as better than Mandalorian. I like it. I do think I do think that I'm trying very hard to be fair to it because I know like all these peoples are gonna meet their fate in Rogue One. So I'm kind of like, when the main character is in danger, I'm like, you're not in danger.
Right.
So,
and that was something that Kenobi suffered a lot of.
Yeah.
I could not, there was no sense of urgency, no sense of danger.
Because nothing's happening to Leia, nothing's happening to Obi-Wan, nothing's happening to Luke because you guys all grow up. So it's what it is. But I will say, I think that it does a lot of the work of I think it does a lot of the work of like understanding how we get from episode 3 to episode 4 in terms of overall society. Because, by the time you get to episode 4, the Empire is like doing its thing. And you just are like, okay, but like, how did this just like happen? Why are all these people just like falling in line? And you realize it's like, you know, it's a commentary on the bourgeoisie and all this and blah 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 blah. And then yeah. So I will say it's enjoyable. It is enjoyable, and it's a good story. It's told very well. But I still think Mandalorian has been the best.
I did enjoy Rogue One, so I expect that I can at least enjoy it. I know enough about Star Wars lore.
Oh no, you'll like it because you like world building and all that kind of stuff, and you get enough of a glimpse of like some of the small everyday people in the rebellion and in the Empire to where you understand how it got to the scale that it does.
I can appreciate maybe moving away from the Skywalker saga. And that was something, you know, you kind of brought me to, and you know, we've joked about that. So I can move away from the Skywalker saga specifically, given that it is such a large galaxy and there should be all these different planets and all these different stories to be told. So maybe this one little moment isn't the only thing we focus on. I am curious to see if, in fact, if it makes my top 5, because I've heard such good things about it that I'm fearful to go in with such high expectations. Speaking of top 5, you know what? We're at our 3-hour mark. You know what? It doesn't matter. Movie, TV show, video game, comic, book. If it released in 2022, it is eligible. What are your top 5 overall? Dave, do you have overall top 5 overall? What came out this year that made your list, that had you interested and ready and excited?
Well,
were there 5 things?
Well, I will say that Call of Duty, which I'm not big on the first-person shooters, you know this.
Right.
But Call of Duty does hit the list because I've been having fun with it, with Modern Warfare 2.
That is fair.
I need to play more. But I hate playing solo. I like having people that I can play with.
Yeah, that was a surprisingly enjoyable title. I think the things that they included, because of course, you know, when they had they released the last one, Call of Duty Cold War, and they had Warzone, and then the free to play, the online Warzone thing. That was the free to play, and you know, that was enjoyable. But I think going with Modern Warfare 2 and expanding upon Warzone and including DMZ was a really, really big improvement on the story and the game and everything as a whole. So I'm with you there. We played together a lot, so definitely a big plus there. And that would probably make, as far as video games, just out of sheer enjoyment. Even though like I recently installed Destiny on my PC and did the whole cross-play merger thing, I probably won't go back to Destiny because I now have Call of Duty. So yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
That would make the list. Jeff, I was gonna say we could do one each, or if you got all 5, either way.
Oh, okay. Well, no, go to Jeff because I
got to take a moment. I'll throw one out there. I think one of the best TV shows that I've watched this year as a whole, Peacemaker. I enjoyed the hell out of Peacemaker.
I knew you was about to say that.
You know what, man? I mean, that started off my year, and I think it's one of those full circle moments. I mentioned it earlier in the show. We were talking about James Gunn, and I think Peacemaker was just a fantastic show, and I thoroughly enjoyed. And everything together was exactly what I wanted it to be. Sorry. Having the story laid out the way that it was, episode by episode, giving us a full breakdown of one character from the Suicide Squad, but intermingling it with the existing universe that was there. I mean, it had all the fixings of a great show. And I have to say that it made me look at John Cena in a whole new light just because somebody put out actually not somebody, Rian Johnson put out an article stating that he thinks Dave Bautista is the best blank turned actor ever. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I like Dave Bautista over John Cena just because of John Cena's performance in Peacemaker. Because I got everything for him. I got comedy, I got the serious acting, I got the emotion, I got like I really felt the way he felt about his brother and everything. And it's, I don't know. I can't just automatically say that one or the other is the right way. So Peacemaker for me would definitely make one of my top 5 of the year. Jeff, what's one of your top 5 of the year? Oh, you just got a PS5, so Tony Hawk Pro Skater on PS5.
I mean, that game is like so old, but yeah,
it's such a classic game, though. I can't even be mad.
Yeah. Nah, I would say, hold on, I'm trying to see when something came out really quick just to make sure.
What is it? I can almost tell you if it came out this year or not.
No, it's the show was out. It was Craig of the Creek, but I was the part that I was actually no. Okay, so I'm gonna start with Craig of the Creek. Everybody knows there's a lot of change that's been happening at Cartoon Network, and if you're not familiar, Craig of the Creek is just a show. It's about a 10-year-old little boy. Him and his friends go down to the creek and play, but everybody at the creek kind of has their own like little personalities and cliques and things like that. And so they got like the horse girls, and they go to the trading tree and like trade for candy. And they had this very, very big epic saga going on where there was like, so Craig's story is he's like a map maker, and his whole thing is he wants to make a map of the whole creek and where all the different groups and stuff hang out. And there's like an overpass that like cuts through the creek and separates like 2 different towns. And so there's just like this really, really epic storyline that they started building up that kind of culminated with the last season finale at the beginning of the year, not the beginning of this year, but it ended in 2021. But
is that when Omar stopped being Green Poncho?
Yes.
That was this year. Yes, that was absolutely this year.
Yeah. So I think like, shout out to the creative team that finished that story. And then there have been just some really, really great episodes this year. I definitely would recommend the what is the episode? There's an episode, Galactic Goodbyes. I would recommend that episode. Craig to the Future, I would recommend that episode as well. I would say just watch out. Grandma Smugglers. I would recommend that episode too. It just does a very good job of balancing like funny kid stuff with just like heartwarming sentimentality. I think like as a father of a 5-year-old right now, it's also just like hitting me in all the feels with just like watching kids be kids and helping me.
Craig to the Future that is one of the best episodes because so rarely in cartoon. Well, I won't say rarely, but you know what I'm saying? Anytime you see in cartoons where you have the older version of the kids, it's always unique to see like how they grow up and what changes. And, just that idea that one thing here is going to affect something down there.
Yeah.
It's always a unique perspective. and I think it was done really well for this show, given the very unique personalities that exist in Craig
Mhm.
Creek. Just
Yeah.
to see the older versions and the way that plays out was,
Yeah.
that's definitely a good episode. That's one of my favorite episodes, actually. Craig in the Future is one of the, and so I knew when you mentioned that one, you were talking about, I was like, oh, you're talking about the green poncho?
Yeah.
That is such a, like, go back and see the whole, like, when the kids from the other side
Yeah.
come over, King
The
Julian.
Capture the Flag War.
Is it King Julian? No, what's his name? King.
It's I think
King
it is.
Omar.
It does start with Xavier.
King Xavier.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the kid is that is the king of the other side, he just basically buys off all his constituents, gives them candy, that kind of thing, because it's like a wealthy family, so he has all the cool toys, that kind of thing. Like,
but
the
then
way
there's like
they,
even more like hidden lore with like his older brother and the elder geeks and
the way they have this story written out,
yeah.
any geek can see yourself in one of these characters.
Mm-hmm.
And it is such a relatable overall story that
Yeah,
just
it's
works
like
out
kids.
so well.
I think the thing that I like the most about it is like seeing kids have the freedom to be kids, and like this is what they would do if they if you leave a bunch of kids around each other, they're gonna develop their own community, and that's how it's gonna look, and it's gonna be fun, and they're gonna have problems, but they're gonna be able to deal with their own problems, and then old boy blows the horn for dinner, and everybody goes home and comes back and does it again tomorrow. So
yeah,
and the episodes are short, so and it's family friendly, so
can't go wrong with it.
out there.
And what season was it? I think this is like season
They're on season 4 right now.
So most of season 4 is this year. So a majority of season 4 is 2022. So
Yeah, season 3 is when the capture the flag whole thing starts. And that's when you start meeting kids from like the other side of the creek. But I would say, watch the whole show. It's just funny and it's interesting and it's cool, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything from the witches to, like I said, just the whole world that's built around the creek is fantastic. Every aspect of it, one of those kids growing up. If you watch this show, odds are one of those kids. Dave, you got another top 5 for your year?
Well, I'll go with a TV show this time.
Okay.
Why did I say Vox Machina?
Ooh, damn good show, sir.
I didn't even bother writing that down because I knew somebody else was going to say it.
It was gonna get snatched up. Right. That was not gonna make it. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the remainder of that story, and the fact that it started off as just a web show of D&D players to get to where it is now to be like this fantastic show. I mean, it like one of the rare 100% Rotten Tomatoes. I mean, we take Rotten Tomatoes with a grain of salt, but at the same time, motherfuckers got 100 on Rotten Tomatoes, and that's still an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah.
It's like y'all don't have no haters.
Like, how you pull that off? Amazon Prime, absolutely fantastic. A great cast of voice actors and actresses. Pike Tricklefoot is my favorite character. She's so badass. And right after,
I think the cool thing about it is like, as a geek who has been trying to like get somebody to like really explain D&D to me and how to get into it and all that for so long, just watching that makes so much more sense. And it also helps me understand that like there's so much stuff out there that I've already watched that either D&D is like loosely based on or is based on kind of
inspired by.
So it seems less daunting because like when you talk to people who play D&D, it's like they got worksheets and notebooks, and it's like, man, I don't got all that. Like, yeah. So I think it was. I think it did a good job of also bringing D&D to the masses.
If you have not read this school-sized textbook cover to cover and made notes along the way, your session 0 is going to take a minute.
But also explain that, because you walk in like, yeah, I'm ready to play D&D, and it's like, all right, so let's build your character worksheet, and it's like an hour later, it's like, we're not playing D&D yet.
And and the funny thing is, I will say that I think you are absolutely right with something like Vox Machina. Just being able to say like, okay, just being able to say, I want a character like Pike, or I want a character like Scanlan. Saves so much time, because you know what? I'm just going to roll your character up. I'm not going to sit here and go through every minute detail with you today, because you do want to play and I want you to be interested in playing. So if you don't get a chance to actually play your character, I need to see your play style, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So something like Vox Machina does kind of break that ice and give us a basis for your level of commitment, your level of understanding, and your level of interest. And if you tell me you want to play as Caliph, or you want to play as Scanlan, or you want to play as Grog, cool. I can make that character in no time flat, and we can get right into it. And then if you enjoyed that, maybe the next time we'll go full Critical Role and we'll build your character on an off day, so that you get an opportunity to play your very specific interest. Exactly. And we'll go from there. And it's a good groundbreaker, a good intro, and a good way to kind of get into the overall story.
And I will say, when I know this is kind of getting off our topic a little bit, but when I was running campaigns, I would have a stack of pre-made characters, so that if anybody came in that needed a character, be like, all right, what type of character do you want to be? Like, do you want to be a fighter? Do you want to be a thief? Do you want to be a wizard? Like, all right, I got that here. Try this one out. See how you like him. We'll go through. If you're interested, cool. If you're not, hey, you got in, you played. Found out you didn't like it. But the next go round, we can get together on the side, roll you up a character that you like.
And exactly, that's that. When we take that sidebar to make your character, that tells me that we're getting somewhere and we're going to move forward and do a little bit different.
Facts. Yeah, it's like, I'm not trying to sit down and roll up some character and then it's like, what is this?
Right. But if you see a character and you're like, I want to play that character, and I see that you play that character the way you understand that character to be, then I can be like, well, here, I'm going to give you these 3 pages to read, just these 3 pages to read, to learn about this kind of character, and let me know if you like this. And if you like this, here you go. Let's go with that character, and keep it very simple. And it works out really well. And I think, like you said, that's a really good intro for D&D. No question. I would say perhaps, and of course, you know what, while mine are all kind of like very on brand, The Boys.
Yeah.
When I just think about the things that I looked forward to this year, the stuff that I every week, and I'm gonna specifically give Dave my other one. It was also a TV show, but it was like when I thought about the things that like actually had me sitting down because that new episode came on. and I didn't miss a week, and I was always current, and I was always caught up. The Boys was the one. Every time an episode came on, I watched it. I saw it on the release night. I think there might have been like one episode I had to catch the following week, but then I watched 2 episodes in a row, so it was okay. Yeah, I'm without a doubt one of my best for the year is gonna be season 4 of The Boys, and no, I'm sorry, season 3 of The Boys, and I'm looking forward to their season 4. But everything that I saw this year, just getting the backstory with Black Noir and the way they brought in Soldier Boy, and you know the way they like introduced that first episode was like, whoa. But it would definitely be one of those things. Like by the time you got to season 3, you kind of knew what show it was. Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? For those handful of people that got introduced by season 3, I apologize. Shame on your friends for letting you do that. Hopefully no one told you to just start with season 3. I'm sure they would have had you start with season 1. But even season 1, episode 1 was still kind of a like jaw dropper. And
oh yeah,
it definitely got
which I still need to go back and finish that season 3.
Yeah, definitely check out season 3. And honestly, I thought about it in terms of between this and Stranger Things, I was still more interested in the story that was being told by The Boys. Stranger Things was like, I considered it, and when I weighed it up against a couple of different things, this was the only other show that I could weigh it up against, and it lost out to The Boys. So that would definitely be one of my top picks. So far, you know what I'm saying? I got Peacemaker, I got The Boys. That's 2 of mine, and I'm feeling good about those. Dave, what else you got?
What does Jeff not have another one?
Oh, sorry, Jeff. What you
skipping,
got?
Jeff?
No, we're not skipping anybody. It's 3 o'clock.
I'll stay on the comic book realm, and I will go Harley Quinn.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing with Harley Quinn, I know we talked about it before, but we've talked about this with Harley Quinn before, and we talked about this tonight. But the like seeing IP that we've seen a lot through a different perspective is just a way to breathe a breath of fresh air into it. You know, just even the subtlety of Harley Quinn being a psychiatrist, and everybody who you see on the show is basically like a hyper like represented version of whatever like psychological issue they're supposed to represent in Batman. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you know, it really, I think sometimes people who are very serious about comics see things like that and feel like it detracts. But I think like if you actually give it a chance, it really adds. It helps how you see Batman and Catwoman and Harley Quinn. And I think they do it in a way where it's not like, well, she's actually a good person. Like, no, she's still a villain. She's still like a bad guy to a degree. Very although that was like part of her internal crisis that she had this season. Is like, am I still a villain if I'm not like tearing stuff up with the Joker? But I think that just this new perspective of seeing everybody through their like psychological issues and how Harley just kind of like moves freely through that world just because she knows like everybody's screwed up in the head, even the heroes. It's just like a really, really fun and interesting show. It's a fun and interesting take on Gotham City and all the characters that come with it. So I highly recommend like that show, just if you like comic books, or if you're just looking for like a change of pace on how to understand like Batman and all these other characters, because
yeah,
Harley Quinn is like the that that bratty teenager who just like decides I'm gonna ruin Thanksgiving and just tell everybody about themselves. And I'm the cousin who just sitting in the back like eating my pie, laughing because and making sure I stay out of the crosshairs.
right. Let me not do anything to bring attention to me.
Right.
Yeah. No question, I enjoyed Harley Quinn, and honestly, Harley Quinn was probably a better contender for the boys just in terms of content. There's nothing bad about that show.
Harley Quinn.
Yeah, I think the way you brought to attention the unique perspective, and if you watch a Batman cartoon or you read a Batman comic book, 90% of the time it's from the perspective or it's from the POV of Batman. It's following him and what he sees and his internal monologue and things like that. And when you read an issue of like Nightwing, you get a different perspective just because it's Dick Grayson and not Bruce Wayne, and his thought process is different, and he doesn't have a bleak outlook on everything in the world. You know what I'm saying? He still wants to enjoy life a little bit. So when you come and you watch this show, being on Harley Quinn's spectrum, like being on her end and looking at it through her lens, it is an entirely different Gotham. You get to see just how manic Commissioner Gordon is. You know what I'm saying? Like, and granted, they do a lot of this for laughs, but like,
it's like, no, bro, you work with criminals to solve crimes in your city. Like,
right. Like
you are fickle. You are wishy-washy.
He really thinks he has it all together, only to realize that like he's very incompetent, can't make a decision, and relies on Batman and basically everybody to tell him what to do. The relationship that Harley has with Barbara Gordon is hilarious, and I've seen that play out on multiple IP. It's in the comics, it's in DC Superhero Girls, it's in video games. Like, there's not really a level of respect, but there's just like no malice intended when it comes to Barbara, because Barbara doesn't treat Harley like, they kind of see each other as equals, and because of that, there's a little bit of a level of respect. And even Batman and Harley have a bit of an understanding because he respects her capability, whereas most villains look at her as like, oh, Joker's girlfriend, and they write her off as quickly. And so, like, giving her her own level of threat, she's always kind of had a mutual respect with Batman, which was pretty cool. And to see it play out like that was like, okay, somebody's reading their comics. So, shout out to that show as a whole, and to Penny to like move as far as she did to have like such a hit show. And I just woke my dog up by knocking on the table because she thinks someone's at the door. Come here. It's okay. That was me. I'm sorry. But okay, so Harley Quinn, great show. Fantastic pick. Dave, what you got?
I'm going to have to switch up to movies and go with Multiverse.
Multiverse of Madness.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely enjoyable. Doctor Strange. Just seeing the multiverse. We got all of our big characters. We got Professor X. The X-Men are officially on the way.
Yes.
As they exist in the multiverse, it's just a matter of getting them to the MCU, but they clearly exist, and that is good enough for me. So, okay. So what was the standout feature for that movie that made it make the list for you?
I enjoyed watching the movie. I enjoyed all the directions they took with it. And like I've watched it 4 times. So it can't be that bad if I watched it that many times.
Okay. I mean, Multiverse of Madness, while I thoroughly enjoyed it, it was one of those things that like I did see it twice. Because I knew the first time watching it, my fanboy would miss stuff. I knew that. So I had every intention of seeing it at least twice to pick up on what I missed the first go round. And there were a couple things I was able to kind of pick out the second time that maybe be like, huh, wait, what? But all in all, I mean, it was a very, very solid movie. And yeah, I think that's a good pick. I mean, it's a solid choice from Marvel, Doctor Strange, and of course, we see other stuff that's gonna be happening afterwards. So, gotta love those post-credit and mid-credit scenes. I think the representation of the multiverse was very important. I think they did a really good job with that, and that's something
and
I won't say you usually don't see, but there's only been a handful of examples of multiverse. So, like we were talking earlier, I brought up Jet Li's The One.
Mm-hmm.
That's a rare example of multiverse. You know, Family Guy has done an episode of multiverse. So people may be more aware of multiverse than they think that they are.
Well,
But you know, it's I think they did a good job all in all. And if nothing else, just that one segment where they were crossing through the multiverse, going through everywhere they were going through, that was cinematically beautiful. And I think it was a really good representation of what the multiverse is and how easily it is to go from one to the other.
And another thing that I also enjoyed about it, and it opens up the possibilities of there being like a lot of the characters that we lost in Infinity War, they can find ways of easily bringing them back by going to a different or being in a different universe.
Well, and that was my whole thing with like Black Panther. It's like we have the multiverse now. Maybe we don't all know this, but all of us comic fans know that they're going to do some sort of like convergence event to get these characters into the same universe. It's like Spider-Man was a preview of that. Doctor Strange was a preview of that. It's coming.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you use the word convergence event.
Yeah, it's like it's a thing in comics.
Right.
I don't expect the average viewer to know about that, but it's like, yeah, we're going to have another T'Challa. And, you know, in 2023, Sam, me and you were going to do a Black Panther episode of Therapy because I have some thoughts and ideas about what I'd like to see from T'Challa moving forward. So,
okay.
I'll save my exposition for that. But I just think like the multiverse is a hard thing to like pull off. And they've built their baby steps up to it very, very well. And now we're in a place where something like that makes sense. And, you know, the culmination of Wanda's story and the tragedy that she went through, the introduction of America Chavez and, you know, seeing Doctor Strange also just start to take on more of like a leadership role within the MCU in general, and just knowing like, okay, this is a face you're going to be seeing a whole lot. Yeah, I put that movie up there too.
Yeah. And I mean, again, like I said, it's without question they did one of the best versions of a multiverse example. So, you know, having watched Legends of Tomorrow, Crisis, and all of that. And I mean, hell, if you just watch Flash, you saw multiverse because the Council of what was that damn dude's name?
Wells's.
Yes, the Council of Wells.
Yeah, Council of Wells's.
Yes, the Council of Wells. And of course that's a play on the Council of Reeds, which, hey, look at that. I got on a Rick and Morty shirt. So the Council of Rick. So all of that kind of based off the Council of Reeds. So that concept of multiverse exists in many forms of IP. So I think they were one of the ones that did a much better job. I'll tack on movies, and I said it earlier, so I'm gonna reiterate it here. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I think in a short period of time might have done a better job of the multiverse, but only because the way they did their multiverse was different. As opposed to people coexisting, the idea that you could tap into your multiverse self. And for lack of a better understanding, for those people who have kind of kept up with Marvel, it's very likely that, our main character in the movie was a Nexus being. So that's why she was able to be herself in every universe, because it was still her in every universe. And it's one of those things where it's like when you start kind of picking it apart in the comics, oftentimes what they've pointed out is that for a Nexus being, they are the only one of themselves that exist in any universe. Meaning that if Scarlet Witch is in universe 616, there's not a Scarlet Witch in universe XYZ, because she's a Nexus being. She herself exists in every one of those. So whatever she does here is taking place there as well in that universe. So the way they depicted it in Multiverse of Madness, she was able to talk to herself. Those are two different people. And the idea, or what they would have to try to clarify or explain, I think I even brought this up once before when we were talking about it, is are they on the same level in terms of power? Do they have the same capabilities? Because that person in that universe is not the same as this person in this universe, because this person has already demonstrated they have the additional power. Now, they may have the potential and the capability, but if it's a Nexus being, they would be the same across. And that was just one of those little minor things. No, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I think I have an understanding of how the MCU did it. And it all ties into like Evan Peters' character, because so the reason why, so in WandaVision, Evan Peters' character shows up. He's wearing the vintage Quicksilver stuff. We all think this is Quicksilver, but like this is not her brother. So why are we getting this character specifically, who she's seen? Well, we don't get why she picked that character specifically. And
Right.
you go back and you watch our WandaVision recaps that we did, right. I was the one saying from the very beginning, I don't think that it's Quicksilver from another universe. I think it's just some random dude who just happens to look like him. But what I didn't understand was that in Multiverse of Madness, they revealed that through her dreams, she can see into other universes. Right. So the Fox Marvel universe, as laid out in the last Spider-Man movie, the Sony universes, all those universes, all those movie like studio universes are other universes that she can peer into. Right. So she peered into the Fox universe, saw that guy as her brother. And so when she's reconstructing, like she can't reanimate her dead brother who is the real Quicksilver for that world. But there's a dude on this planet who looks like the Quicksilver from this other world. I can take him and insert him. Whereas for her, in every single world, the Scarlet Witch was her. But in every single world, Quicksilver is different people. They're all Piotr, Peter, however you say his name. They look different, and they have different experiences and different all that other stuff. So that's just kind of how I saw the difference, even though I'm explaining to Sam and he disappeared. But yeah.
Hey, there you
go. You're back.
I'm back. No, okay, and I can accept that because
I don't think they did a great job explaining it.
Right, and that is 100% acceptable. The way you broke it down for us makes a lot more sense. I think they might have failed to verbalize that on screen.
But I also think that Marvel might not have verbalized it on purpose.
They needed the flexibility to move around if they needed to change something.
And I think it ties into like some bigger reveal that's coming with like Kang and all this other stuff.
Or maybe some bigger reveal that's coming with mutants.
Well, they didn't really show it in the TV show, but they did show it with her dreaming in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they explained it a little better than that.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, in the TV show, they didn't touch it at all, really.
Mm.
In the movie is really where they kind of stepped out and proceeded to make it make sense. So that's probably the only way that was going to go. And like I said, I'll accept that. But I think for comparison's sake, when we watch Michelle Yeoh, we see her more or less like they have the visual on the computer screen where they kind of show that they're tapping into this other universe and that they are bringing that character from that universe, basically the conscious mind of that version of you is coming into this universe. So in every case, it is you taking place simultaneously with the other you. And my description of it is probably not as good as the visual that literally laid it out and made it make sense. And you understand why one could do this 1 second, but couldn't do it the next second. Right. And it takes me back to this old movie called Sliding Doors, which did one of those like split screen segments where it shows you how a choice could take you down two different paths. This is the story of this woman's life. If she makes this train, she's like running down the subway trying to get on this train. This is what happens if she makes the train. This is what happens if she doesn't make the train. And seeing all of those little choices that we make in our day-to-day and how they branch off. And of course, having watched Loki and understanding that each one of those decisions can be a branch in the timeline and stuff like that, and seeing that a combination of choices can take you from where you want to be to where you end up. There was a lot of metaphysics happening in this movie. So on the one hand, it's a thinker movie and it gets to tap into the psychological, the metaphysical, the meta part of geekdom, where you get to enjoy the what ifs. And at the same time, solid action, solid comedy, solid story. It's a damn good movie. And please give Michelle Yeoh all her flowers, because she did a fantastic job in this movie.
Yeah.
So I would just say between the two, since everything was right there, and I'm gonna use your own technique against you, since everything was right there on the screen and laid out for you to understand, from her to the daughter to the husband. I think that was a better depiction of multiverse, and I would take that one over Doctor Strange just for that reason. So that's going to be mine.
I'm going to make sure and get that on my list of things to watch.
Definitely put it on you. That is like, if you ain't doing nothing New Year's, check that one out.
Thanks.
Well, I'm actually going to be forced to be off for 2 days, so.
Oh, you don't get to work. Oh. So what else we got? I know we got a couple more. We could strive for 5 total. I got throwing some honorable mentions at this point.
I was gonna say, why don't everybody just throw the rest of their list in, and then we could just talk. We just wrap everybody's like. If you have whoever has 2 more, 3 more, you just say all of them, and then we could pick which one we want to talk about.
No, absolutely. I think House of Dragons and Lord of the Rings, those are kind of tied for me. If between the two, I kind of have to lean towards House of Dragon. Just as a show, like having the anticipation, it's for something that big and that epic to actually meet the expectation, I think says a lot about it. It would have been very easy to come in and disappoint fans of the original series, to just like piss off everybody from Game of Thrones because, oh, this is not as good and da 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 da. But for them to come in and just like nail it the way that they did, I think that is worthy of mention. In comparison, Lord of the Rings drugged me by my feet to the last episode before they like won me over. So I can't in good conscience sit here and act like it was just so great the entire time, because I was like so ready to give up on that thing every other day. Every other week, I was just like, okay, this is going to be the last episode I watch. And then it would be something in the episode that's like, we'll check out next week. Whereas Game of Thrones, House of Dragons, I was waiting for that episode. Could not wait for that episode to come out.
See, I'm waiting on the next season, and we got like 2 years.
Yeah. Gotta stop doing that. Can't keep getting hype about stuff and watching it. That's the only good thing about the formula to make me go week by week, as opposed to just giving me everything all at once, because then I'll finish it in a weekend and I ain't got shit to do for 6 months. So
yeah, but it's not coming. Season 2 is not coming out until 2024.
Yeah, you gotta
yeah, no.
As far as like some of the big ones, there were a couple of other big movies that came out that I think just deserve their own mention. They don't necessarily make my list, but I think need the recognition for what they are. I think The Woman King needs to at least be acknowledged. I believe that Nope needs... I feel like Nope needs a mention, and at the same time, it should almost be normalized that Jordan Peele just makes good shit. And as far as a like best of the year list, it's fighting for a spot to be on that list. I don't know that it quite makes it. Because while
I thought it was like interesting, the movie, but I kind of just got lost in like the metaphor of whatever he was trying to like.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's good, but I don't know that it makes my best of the year list.
That's and it's definitely one of those where like the performances make you forget that you don't really know what the hell this movie's about.
Right. that you're looking like, wait, what? Okay, so um other things that I think are worth mentioning, and it's only because I Chainsaw Man and Spy Family, two anime that I picked up this year. I'm gonna put those in the same breath because they release around the same time each week, and I use the same app to watch both. So I usually watch one and then the other. So to me, it almost feels like one show, even though
Right.
it's two completely separate anime because I watch it on my VRV app. Or for some people, that could be Hulu or Crunchyroll, where they might catch all that. And I think those, just as far as standout anime, I mean, Jujutsu Kaisen was the big show last year, and this year Studio Mappa came out. They gave us Chainsaw Man, and they have not disappointed a single episode all year. Spy Family is just a wholesome, entertaining, funny, action-packed dramedy that just makes for a damn good anime. Um, so those would be my picks. I don't think we need to dive deep into any of those. Um, if there's anything else that you all want to put on the list or add to,
I wanted to shout out a couple things. One,
okay.
Abbott Elementary, hilarious
Ooh,
show.
yes.
Two, we mentioned Wednesday, but yeah, Wednesday was very good. Moon Knight, I really enjoyed.
Okay,
Um,
that was absolutely, yeah, that was a fantastic show.
and then my big one is Star Trek Lower Decks. I know I mentioned it on here a few times.
Lower Decks.
But the way that it's one of those where it starts as one of those like, oh, it's just a week by week type thing, and then now you're having like episodes long sagas. And I thought the way that this season was handled was like really well. It was really funny. Yeah, I just feel like it's one of those shows where it's like, I don't know what I got to do to get people to watch it, but you know.
So here's a question. Here's a question, because I unintentionally took a hiatus from my Star Trek. Just as time went on, more stuff became available that I had to catch up on, and I got a little busy. So does a person have to be fully versed in Star Trek to enjoy Lower Decks?
No,
Or
it will just
they
help
come
with
in
like Easter eggs, but it's not like you won't get what's going on. It's its own story. It's not like it's like chronicling alongside of like other stuff that happened in like the shows, but they will like mention stuff where it's just like the joke.
If they make a reference to a particular piece of technology that you would only know from this series or that series, I get that part. But if it's like, if I can
that's few
start
and
with
far
Lower
between.
Decks,
Those are like just little tag jokes that you get here and there. It's not like something that's going to be detracting from the plot because they're talking about all this other stuff that isn't relevant. Everything you need to know, you learn on the show.
That's the important part. And I think honestly, if that's the case, then that would be the selling point. Just let people know that when they watch it, they don't have to be all into Star Wars. It is animated, so let that be a selling point. Yeah. It was recommended because of some of the other animated shows that I watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just got that nice, like, kind of not adult like raunchy humor, but it's just adult humor in terms of like these are adults.
Yeah, no. It told me, like, because I like Rick and Morty, Venture Brothers, Archer, Futurama, and I want to say there was another one. It was like, you'll probably like Lower Decks.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, I love all those shows. Well, shit, I guess I have to watch this. That, and it also recommended Solar Opposites. So those are two shows I'm going to be checking out. Lower Decks, per Jeffrey, and Solar Opposites, because it recommended it to me. God, there's so many other items from 2022. Like, to recap it, 3 people for a year. There's so much stuff that could just get honorable mention. What's up? What you got?
And also the Orville.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's the Seth MacFarlane.
I would say, in terms of like spoofing Star Trek and paying homage in a respectful way, but also pointing out some of the ridiculousness, I would say it's probably some of the best stuff out there. And also, shout out to Penny Johnson Gerald, aka Cassidy Yates from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, who plays Dr. Claire Finn on the show. It's a really, really interesting take on things, and I think it does a good job of it's almost like it'll help you understand Star Trek a lot more, because they do a lot more explaining of like, well, this is what our society is like, and this is why we think this, and this is why we do that. Whereas on Star Trek, they just living in it, and you got to catch up. It's like a scene in The West Wing where they be like walking and talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I could, and you know what? That would be. I've watched a couple episodes of the Orville, and
it's a good binge show.
They were very funny,
Mm.
and that, of course, was enough to be like, "Oh, okay."
But it gets like heartwarming. I feel like they advertised it as like it's going to be very like slapstick, and it's like Seth MacFarlane's Star Trek.
And I think because I think what people think of is when they hear parody, they automatically go to like National Lampoon or Scary Movie, or
right.
You know what I'm saying? Something where it's like all the whole what was like we were talking earlier, Not Another Teen Movie, superhero movie, all the entire movie series that was out for a while, where they were just spoofing what they could because they could. And I mean, hell, half of Anna Faris's cinematic history is like spoofs of other movies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And spoofing is one thing, but I think when it's done correctly, it can stand on its own. And a proper parody, as you pointed out, would be respectful of the original material, but not afraid to point out some of the flaws in a humorous way, with the intention of just correcting that part of it.
Right.
And so that I could actually see how Lower Decks and the Orville both would be very successful in bringing attention to, I can't really say the superior IP, but bringing attention to the original IP.
The parent IP.
Yeah, like, the parent IP, and saying like, here we go, this is the thing, and we're moving on.
And one last thing, sorry, because you mentioned books. I got this. It's a Spike Lee's, like, I guess this is coffee table book, but it's got like a lot of basically just like pictures and background stuff from like all the movies he's ever made. So I got that off his website a couple weeks ago. It's like $50 and autographed. So throwing it out there.
She's got to have it in there, and Girl 6, and
the movie and the show.
Okay. I saw the original movie.
Would be a good TV show reboot.
That one would be. I saw the original movie in theaters because he's alumni for my dad, and when that first movie came out, it was like we were going to go out and support alumni, classmate, blah 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 blah. And I don't remember how old I was, but I was too young to be in there watching She's Gotta Have It. Hell, there would be moments now where if I was, you catch me, if I came in the room wrong, I'd be too young to be watching that movie. But Yeah, that movie is burned into my brain.
Yeah.
So that was before like I was even familiar with School Days or Crooklyn or Jungle Fever, any of the Spike Lee catalog. So, okay, well I would have to check that book out. You say $50 and autograph too? Might have to check that out. Well, there's like I said, there's so many other movies. I don't know that all of them would make the top of the year though. I mean, they would probably be popular movies for the year. I mean, there was a couple of like Netflix releases and things like that. Some directed videos that probably could have done better had they been more theatrical. Um, and some that were just like, I mean, honestly, they were just good movies like Sonic 2 and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I think
Hey
movies like that.
Mario, you better get it together. Sonic got 2 good movies on that head already.
Right. Like
And
represented well. So
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
We not gonna accept just anything you put out and be like, that's what it is because we know that it can be done right and it can be done well. And even going back a couple of years, Detective Pikachu was still an enjoyable, not in the same vein as what they did with Sonic, but it was right up there. You know what I'm saying?
Just
Staying with
because
the
they didn't do the
animation.
one thing we wanted to see them do, which is Pokemon fighting.
Right. But even stuff like Wendell and Wild, with that coming out this year, like I said, there's so many movies that do make the list as far as the honorable mentions.
Yeah, for sure.
We could be here, like if we did one of those tier makers, there would only be a handful at the top, but that middle section would be big as hell.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff made the cut.
A lot
and
of
only
them
a
did.
handful fall at the bottom down there with Mobius. So we just gonna let that die out. I'm not even gonna make any more Morbius jokes. But I think that's a pretty good summation of where we are for 2022. I look forward to all the good things that are going to be coming in 2023. Hey, what's going on, Ali? How you doing today, or this evening, this night, whatever time it is for you? Ali, be sure to put your top 5 of 2022. It could be top best. Well, it could be like your best of 2022 or your worst of 2022. If you want to do a combination of both, just give us your 5 picks. What made your list? If you didn't catch ours, just rewind a little bit, see what our top 5s were. And we went through a good little bit there and we surmised, gave a pretty good summary. I definitely look forward to a lot of the good stuff that's going to be coming up. And I think we're going to have a lot more to talk about next year. And as we start breaking up some of this content into smaller little chunks and bits, and, we might jump in here and drop a 10-minute video to discuss this and a 15-minute video to discuss that. And I would like to continue doing our Wednesday shows. I tell you, boy, they come out. What time is it? Like, that is
2.
All right. You know what, Ali? If you can, I tell you what, I will challenge you to back that up with 5 movies or TV shows that you feel are doing that. If you can do that, I will acknowledge your comment. I will respond directly. If you cannot do that, then it is just you trolling, and I will pay no attention. But if you can give me 5, and I'll help you out. I've already thought of 3 to support your thought. But if you can't do it, then I have to ignore it. But unfortunately, I'm not going to share your comment because it is I'm not going to share that comment. I thank you for your comment, and I will respond on our YouTube channel. Just telling everybody where you can see the comment. But I will respond directly if you can support that claim to and you say we will achieve our goal, which means that you don't object to that being the end goal. But give me 5 movies or TV shows that you feel are working towards that goal. Otherwise, appreciate you. But that's our list. That's our pick. We will get into a little bit more as we get into 2023, and I think we're gonna call it a night. That's gonna be our show. We appreciate you sticking with us this year. Stay tuned. Be a part of our adventures next year as we get into more weigh-in Wednesdays. Be sure to click that QR code over there with David right there, and follow us on everywhere we are. That's got our link tree, so you can see our everything, our TikTok, our Instagram, our Facebook group, our YouTube channel, our Twitch. I've been playing the hell out of this game called Vampire Survivor, and I pretty much broke the game today. So I may just put some of those streams up just to see if, in fact, I can achieve certain things. Nah, it's not a hidden goal. If it's not a hidden goal. If it's a legitimate goal, it shouldn't be hidden. Work with me here. All I'm asking you to do is give me 5.
Sam,
I have to engage with our viewers.
You don't.
I need 5 movies or TV shows. If you can do that, I'll respond on the YouTube. But for Weigh-In Wednesday for tonight, we're going to go ahead and call it. Joining me tonight, I've had David, I've had Jeffrey. We are Grown A Geeks. We appreciate you being with us, and we are going to get out of here. So hit that QR code, stick by us. We're out.